preserve order and proper decorum of the House. Rules 81 of the National Assembly provides circumstances when the Speaker can control microphones in the chamber. The rule states that in the event of a member not showing due respect to the authority of or not obeying an order or ruling or direction of the presiding officer or acting in a disruptive or grossly disorderly manner in the House, the presiding officer may disable or switch off the microphone being used by such a member or order that be done. Further, Honorable Shivam, Rule 882 provides that before proceeding in terms of Sub-Rule 81, the presiding officer must inform the member and the House of the intention to do so. Now, I do not wish us to go back to the debates of June the 4th, or whatever the date, and the subsequent disturbances in the House, but I would like us, I've heard you, and I hope you've listened to me, and you are well acquainted with the rules. I want us to proceed now.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Speaker. Yes.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable, sit down, Honorable Shivambo. I've not given you the floor. Honorable Malema.
Speaker, 2 points that I would like to raise with you. The fact that you're saying you don't want to go back there, it's highly respected, but it is befitting that before we proceed, you present a report of the cases that we reported to you on sexual harassments by the security on how they went about dealing with eviction of female members. So it is important that we get that report, and through that report, perhaps there could be some recommendations, I don't know, where you now announce how such matters could be handled going forward. That's number one. Number two, Speaker, we were meeting in a manner we're meeting now during COVID-19, and we cannot, when the regulations have been scrapped, continue to meet in this manner we're meeting, because you are doing this deliberately to protect the executive to be held accountable properly, because you are micromanaging us through switching off the microphones and then removing some of us from the platforms. All we are asking is, let this parliament be postponed today, and there must be a proper sitting of members of parliament, all of us, under one roof.
Order, honorable members.
The executive.
Order, will you please allow Mr. Malema, who has given the floor, to finish what he's saying? Order. Order.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
continue. Honorable Malema.
Yes, I'm finishing, Speaker.
Yes, finish.
The way we are constituted, it is extremely wrong. There are no longer COVID restrictions. Postpone this thing, arrange a proper venue, and allow all of us to come under one roof. Because the way you are doing is tantamount to protecting the president of the ANC and the executive from being held properly accountable to Parliament. It's our duty to hold these people accountable. But the way you have arranged, you have made it so easy to cut us out, switch off the mics, because you can do so willy-nilly. Unlike when we are physically all there to hold the executive accountable, including him, this president who's running away and responding.
Point made, Honorable Malema. I've understood the issue you're raising, and that is a matter which is on the table, where members are calling on us to go back to a physical form of sitting. Just to say, on the 7th of September, next week, Wednesday, all the chief whips of the different parties will be meeting with the Speaker, and one of the items on the agenda is this particular issue, if that satisfies you.
And the report on the abuse of our female members?
The issue of Honorable Jakude. Honorable Jakude.
Speaker.
Your mic? I haven't muted your mic.
I have the right to speak as a member of this House. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to our rules, today's business is about the questions to the President, because this is the House where the executive is held accountable to Parliament. Then the other reports of the sexual harassment and also the issue of the bigger venue or rented venue, that one will be discussed next week. That was the agreement in the Chief Whip Forum, where all Chief Whips were represented. We discussed this matter, and the Speaker and all the presiding officers will give us a report in that particular meeting, not today. Today's sitting is about the questions to the President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jakude. Honorable members, order. Before I take your hand, Honorable Mkalipi, if I may respond to the issue which has been raised by Honorable Malema. One, there's an issue which has been responded to by Honorable Jakude. But there is a matter which also Honorable Malema has raised of the report on the matter which was raised here in this chamber on the last day. Now, just to say that that report indeed was received, that report is going to be discussed by the Whipari on the 7th of December, on Friday, actually. It is on the agenda of your meeting of the Rules Committee. But in addition, if I may say this, actually, honorable members of the EFF, because you are the complainants, you also are aware that I have given you a copy of that report. So it's not like you're not familiar with the report and the issues coming out of that report. As complainants, you have been afforded with a copy of the report so that when you interact with the speakers, with the whips on Friday, at least you'll be conversant with the issues in the same way that it affects me as a person who was presiding on that day, and I have gone through the report and I will be part of that meeting. Yes, Honorable Mendy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the first part you responded to of switching off the microphones, Rule 82. Before proceedings in terms of Rule 8, Sub-Rule 1, the presiding officer must inform the member, not members, of the House of the intention to do so. So what you do, you take a blanket approach and switch off everyone, not one member. When you are dealing with a member's conduct, it's a member's conduct, not EFF member. It's one member. That's number one. Number two, the report you say we have a privilege to see. Indeed, we have a privilege to see. But we are going to have a problem if we are, as women here in this house, when we are being harassed and violated by men called by you. You equally,
to be honest, Honorable Mendy, you are out of order because this is not the item for the day.
Against us.
Honorable,
you even list men. When did you see a woman touching a man here?
Honorable Mendy,
you even listed men that were violated by women of the EFF. That is not true.
Honorable Member,
that whatever day it is, whether Friday or Saturday,
Honorable Mendy,
we are going to
this item will be on the agenda of a meeting, and if you want a debate on that report when it has been processed by the Chief Whip, it's okay, sit down there.
It's not going to be debated.
The matter now is the President must answer questions.
Men that they must open counter charges against women. As a woman speaker, you can't go and tell men to go and open counter charges against men.
Okay, take a seat. Honorable Fatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on the rule number 92, which is very clear that if a member is aggrieved of the House because of the ruling of a presiding officer, must be able to proceed to the Rules Committee so that it can raise that particular point. But the ruling of the presiding officer is final in the House. I request that that rule be observed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Letsie from the virtual platform, and you will be the last one. Honorable members, we now have to proceed with the business of the day, and the business of the day is answers by the President to your questions which you have raised.
Speaker,
Honorable Letsie.
Speaker, you have
thank you very much.
As if you forgot me.
Thank you very much.
Speaker,
thank you very
have
much,
recognized me before, but it seems as if you have forgot me. Can you recognize me?
Actually, Honorable Mkhanipe, I never recognized you. I said I did. I said
Come back to me. You did. Speaker, you forgot. You did.
Honorable Letsie.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaker.
Sit down, Honorable Mkhanipe. I will recognize you, and you will be the last one.
Oh.
You will be the last. Letsie.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope I'm audible. Speaker.
You are not going, honorable members. No, Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Shivambu. No, stop it. For the sake of, don't say what. For the sake of the people of the House. For the sake of
please don't point at me. You've got no right to point at me.
Sit down.
Stand up.
I'm not a speaker.
Honorable members, okay. Thank you,
Where is the president of the EFF
for that lecture. But honorable members, I want to make a plea to all of us.
Why are you looking for me? I'm not your president. When I'm not a president of the republic, look for your big nose president here. Why are you looking for me?
I'm making a plea to all of you, which is that, honorable members, when you still have your hand up and you are asking to be recognized, please take your seat. You'll be recognized. This is a small room. We can't all stand and say point of order. That's all I'm saying. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first point of order I'll raise is on Rule 84. The Honorable Malema has just used an unparliamentary language by calling you Wena. It cannot be right. You cannot be called Wena. You are the head of this institution. Number two, Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, I'm still rising on Rule number 92, point of order, subsection 12. That rule is very clear, that when the presiding officer has made a determination, that determination cannot be challenged here on the floor. I request if the members are aggrieved, they must take it where it's supposed to go to. On the third order which I'm raising, Chairperson, the Speaker, is on Rule number 6. It's very clear that if an unpredictable situation arises, just like the situation whereby the members are getting rowdy, they're making the House uncontrollable, you can use Rule number 6, whereby you can make a determination yourself, and then that rule will be passed over. That ruling will be passed over to the Rules Committee. But that ruling cannot be challenged. So we're not here to open up your rulings of the past sittings. If there are any people who are aggrieved, they know where they must go to. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise in accordance with Rule 64. Isicelo nje, Chairperson, ukuthi there is a time when a nation must decide and a house must decide that it shall be able to conduct itself in the manner in which the people of South Africa expect. So according to that rule which I've indicated, Chairperson, isicelo nje ukuthi sifuna abantu kubezwa, but mangabe bafuna sibezwe, but mangabe bafuna ukuthi sibezwe kodwa singabalaleli, it will not be helpful. I, for one,
that's plagiarism. Intellectually, that's plagiarism. Quote the person.
Honorable Malema, please. Honorable Zulu is on the floor. Please.
I, for one, Chairperson, have said in this House, with due respect, that I'm the last person to request, after having been part and parcel of people or members of this House who've consistently howled, consistently made noise, we came to a point where I, for one, said, can we at least lead our people in a way that they will continuously respect us? And under that rule that I indicated, Chairperson, there is a limit to which you yourself, as the Speaker, can keep on taking interruptions that are very deliberate and very well planned in order for us not to continue with the work of this House. And Honorable who is saying plagiarism or whatever he calls it, yisizulu lesaying isikhulumayo, isizulu sabo bonke abantu, hayi isizulu sakwaZulu phela. La abantu bekhona, yinto okufuneka sikhulume leyo. Let there be dignity in the House once and for all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Honorable members.
And then you didn't. That's
honorable members.
That was a quote.
No, man, Honorable, please.
That was not Zulu, that was a code.
Honorable Malema,
I quote and I unquote.
I'm not going to allow
please do.
any point of order now. I want us to proceed.
But can you stop Julius also?
We are saying also, you mean he has not been stopped? What have I been doing? I said, Honorable Malema, stop it. Not once, not twice. What do you want me to do? Honorable members, will you please, all of you, I'm not going to allow you now, Honorable Shivambo. We are now continuing with the business of, I'm not going, because you are diverting us from what we are trying to do.
For your permission, I'm just indicating to you that all need to speak. I've got the right to speak.
Honorable Shivambo, then if you don't,
the right to speak,
if you don't want me to recognize, if you don't want me, sit down, Honorable.
Sit down for what? Because I want to raise the point.
Honorable Shivambo,
I'm permitted by the
Honorable Shivambo, sit down. You don't have the floor.
You must.
Honorable Shivambo, number 2, you are not going to speak because I have ruled that we are now proceeding with the business of the day. Honorable Shivambo, this is the 3rd time I am pleading with you. And now that...
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Where's the... Honorable Shivambo, I've raised it thrice.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, where are you?
Yes, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Tambo.
Yes, yes.
Munyaye.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on Rule 92 in terms of procedure, and I'm going to address 2 points in that regard. Number 1, we have asked that we have an open discussion in terms of the blocking of members here, because you quoted Rule 8.2 here, that to remove members on the basis of disorderly conduct. And you said members in the plural.
We passed that one now.
The plural. Can I finish, Speaker? Can I be indulged?
That one. No, because you are delaying the process.
Can I be indulged? But Speaker, it's my point of order. You've given me the platform.
It's not a point of order.
Second, Speaker, in terms of procedure, the president and party leader of the EFF here rose and said that we must discuss the report in terms of the investigation of gender-based violence.
I have provided guidance that
Can I finish my
the
point,
report
Speaker?
will be discussed by the weekend. Sit down, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Parliament released a statement.
Honorable Member.
From that investigation.
All the issues
that
you
there
are
was violence
raising
on both sides. But now you don't want us to debate the same report to release the statement on.
Honorable Member.
Statement on that report.
Honorable Member.
There was violence on both sides. But the same report said members of the EFF who are females were touched inappropriately. Yet it said that...
Honorable Member, the issues you are raising, Tambo,
why
are
can't we
the
discuss
same
that report
issues
now?
which have been discussed before. I'm not going to allow for a discussion of this matter.
Members democratically in this house on the virtual platform on a blanket basis.
Honorable Member, sit down.
Order.
Take a seat.
Order.
Yes, Munyai.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 69 of using the point of order to disrupt the sitting of Parliament. So therefore, I appeal that we must allow the proceeding of Parliament to proceed, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
What?
Honorable members.
Point of order, Speaker.
Sit down, Honorable Tambo.
Point of order, Speaker.
Please take a seat.
Please note me, Speaker.
Please take a seat. Tambo, Honorable Tambo. Please take a seat. Honorable.
We're all sitting.
Can you please switch off your mic?
Like this last time, Speaker. You kicked me out without knowing.
Honorable members, we now proceed with the business of the day. And as we proceed with the business of the day, as we proceed, Honorable Malema, please, no comments again.
What do you mean?
No comments again.
No.
Out of order. Wow.
It was not me, Speaker. It was not me. I know my statement is to pronounce, but it's not me.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, we now proceed. We now proceed with the business of the day. And allow me to recognize Mr. President first before we start with the questions. Mr. President. Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Let me start off by apologizing
There's
for
no point
not
of
being.
order. I've recognized the President. There is no
Let
point
me start
of
off.
order. Honorable President, will you please continue?
Let me start off by apologizing for not being in the House. It was my wish and desire to be personally in the House.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Shivambu.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Don't do that. No, you can, but don't. You may not do it. Yes, you can do it, but you may not do it. Stop screaming at us. No, stop it. It's not right, Honorable Member.
Speaker, you're
Not
out of
right, Honorable Shivambu. I know you are the chief whip of the party, but your
Point of order, Speaker.
your conduct is not correct. Yes, Lakute, Honorable Member.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. Speaker.
this
On a
Labude
point
just
of order, Speaker.
asked like that.
Speaker. On a point of order.
Honorable Lakute, you may continue.
Order, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker,
Thank you
on a
very
point
much.
of order.
Honorable
Point of order,
Speaker.
Speaker. Speaker, on a point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
Honorable members, I see, honorable member, not an ANC meeting. Of course. Honorable Shivambu, I'm disappointed in you. You are the most disruptive person.
Disappointed.
You are.
We are disappointed
so
more
disruptive.
in you.
Now, honorable members, the point is, if you are going to stand and all the screening point of order, I
Point of
will
order,
not
Speaker.
recognize you.
Can you recognize me, Speaker? I want to speak on a point of order.
Honorable members, I will not.
Point of order, Speaker.
Not allow 5, 6 of you to stand and say point of order.
Point of order.
And you believe that this is an august house.
But it's you, Speaker, who's causing problem in the house.
No, stop screaming, young lady. Stop screaming.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable, you.
On a point of order. Point of order.
On a point of order, Speaker.
I will now recognize
on a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Monji. He had a point of order followed by Honorable Malema.
Point of order.
Honorable Malema, and I close this. Thank you.
Speaker. Before that, raise the point of order. Speaker, respectfully. You know.
Yeah. Honorable members, will please
what criteria is the recognized point of order?
I am taking a criteria that suggests that people have been raising hands and I've allowed many people who are speaking for the 7th time, honorable member. Of course, it's parliament. It's not an ANC meeting. You are right. Now, will you please take your seat? will you please take your seat? Honorable Pungubele, followed by Honorable Malema, and I will not take points of order again. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shivambu, will you please mute your mic? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 69. Oh, Rule 69 is against the abuse of the point of order to disrupt the proceedings. I'm calling upon you.
Speaker.
Honorable Khalid,
No.
Please allow Honorable Kungubele to make his point. Hi, Honorable Mkhalipi, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Mkhalipi. Yes, Honorable Kungubele.
I'm saying Rule 69, Honorable Speaker, must be invoked because it has been breached several times. They are using point of order to disrupt the proceeding. It borders on turning this parliament into a street bash. So we are requesting Honorable Speaker to invoke Rule 69.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kungubele.
On a point of order.
Actually, Rule 69 states that members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House. Members may not deliberately, in a sense, create serious disorder and disruption. And this is what the points of order are doing. Number 2, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer or repeatedly disrespecting or interrupting the presiding officer whilst the latter is addressing the House. Lastly, persisting in making serious allegations against a member without adequate substantiation or allowing the correct procedure. And that is what Rule 69, as stated by Honorable Kungubele, says. Honorable members, I have allowed you to raise several points of order. And I didn't do so because I'm crazy, I'm mad. I did that because I believe in allowing people to express themselves until it gets to that point where you cut the line and say it can't be it because the House is becoming disorderly. And that is where we are. We are at that point. And I'm making this point for the second time now. Honorable members, I am still allowing Mr. President to then raise the matter he was raising. And then we proceed with the questions for the day. Thank you, honorable members.
Speaker, you said I was going to follow after Honorable Mondli.
You're right. I did say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I did say. Honorable Malema, raise your matter.
I hear the people who are speaking about turning parliament into street bashes. So we have not been to street bashes. So regulars will know how street bashes run. But the point I was making is that it is wrong for staff members to switch off the mics without your instruction. Members of parliament want to rise and raise issues. All the mics are off, including when Honorable Ngungubelo was trying to speak. The mics were showing a green light, which is a demonstration that some mere administrator who thinks he's got the power he doesn't have switched off the mics without your instructions. Please control those administrators. They are nothing else but administrators who are elected to be there. And we can't be mooted by administrators who know nothing about being elected. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Malema. Honorable members, as I had ruled, I said this is the last.
Remove that one,
Ronald Lamula, honorable members, will you please switch off your mic? Please mute. Thank you very much. Mute.
I've never been to a street bash with Lamula. He was
It's misleading the house that he has never been to a street bash.
Speaker.
Honorable members.
Point of order, Speaker.
What is the point of order?
Can that minister who just appeared there, he's lying. He must not say
no,
the president of the EFF, please.
Don't do that.
Speaker, please.
You know that language is not used. It's unparliamentary.
Speaker, you just read the rules now. You said there's no member that must cast aspersion on any member here.
You can't
that
say
minister must
a
withdraw
person
now.
is lying. Will you please withdraw that?
I will withdraw that.
Yes, thank you.
No, that's fine.
Honorable
Speaker,
members,
absolutely, I withdraw. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speaker, I withdraw that. Please,
allow me to understand Speaker, what the minister was saying. What was he saying?
Yes, Speaker. The minister said that the president of the EFF and the incoming president of South Africa has been to a street bash, which is a lie. But
now you see, I did not hear that.
You wish. Can I finish, Speaker?
Honorable, Speaker. Can you withdraw that, man? Honorable Lamula, we want to proceed on withdraw that.
Speaker, sorry, Speaker. I'm still on the floor, Speaker.
No, but you're down now.
How do you know, Speaker?
No, but you've told me the essence.
No, I didn't say that.
The essence of what?
My point of order can be in two parts. I've been asking to speak.
You know what? Honorable
Speaker,
Tambo,
please can you withdraw? That's number one. Number two, Speaker.
Honorable Tambo, please take your seat.
Speaker, I've got another part.
Take your seat.
To my point of order.
Take your seat, man. Take your seat.
On a point of order,
take your seat, please.
On a point of order,
please do take your seat.
On a point of order,
will you please take your seat?
On a point of order,
I am pleading with you to take your seat. I am equally pleading with you. You are saying you are being aggressive. That is a point of order. You want to speak, and I'm pleading with you to take your seat because I had ruled that we have come to the end of the points of order. Yes, and now we proceed.
Lamula must withdraw. Lamula must withdraw.
Lamula must withdraw.
Lamula must withdraw.
To call President a liar.
How does he accuse a party of attending street bashes? Lamula must withdraw now. You made Lamula must withdraw.
Rule of Dollar must withdraw that thing.
Honorable Lamula.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Yes,
Honorable Lamula.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Will you please withdraw your statement on the street bash?
Yeah, in the interest of peace, but I did not say he attended. I said that he's misleading the House.
Unconditionally, man. Just withdraw.
Yeah, in the interest of peace, I withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Mamela.
They are in charge here.
Honorable Lamula.
Honorable Speaker. I withdraw,
Honorable Lamula. I am not going to. I don't want that. In the interest of this, I just want you to withdraw.
I withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Valage, mute.
But we can't hear him, boss.
Thank you. Honorable members, we proceed. Mr. President, will you please continue and finish so that we start with the questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I was saying, I wish to apologize for not being there in person. And I'd like to thank you for giving me the latitude to be able to answer these questions on the virtual platform. I have a family situation. My wife has had a procedure, and I'd like to be there to support her as soon as I finish answering these questions. So I'd like to thank you for allowing me to be in a position to answer the questions on the online platform. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you, the Honorable the President. Honorable members, we now proceed with the business of the day. The business of the day is the only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to the President. There are 4 parliamentary questions.
Point of order, Speaker.
On each question.
Point of order, Speaker.
I've said I'm not allowing any more points of order.
No, Speaker.
I think it's very important if the president has family issues, we can excuse him and he can go take care of that.
Man, I don't want to hear that. It's okay. But I don't want comments anymore. There are 4 parliamentary questions. Supplementary questions. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose as supplementary questions. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members will pose supplementary questions, will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the parliamentary questions have been asked by the president, answered by we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honorable M.S. Shabane. Honorable M.S. Shabane, I now invite the Honorable, the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of migration is an important developmental issue within the African Union and SADC, Southern African Development Community, and indeed across the world. As a consequence, it features quite often in bilateral engagements between South Africa and various African countries that we interact with on an ongoing basis. A good example is that in November in 2021, during the state visit of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kenya and South Africa signed a migration agreement that includes the return of third country immigrants that passed illegally through one of our countries en route to the other country. I also met President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Republic of Nigeria, towards the end of 2021 in Nigeria.
On a point of order, Speaker. That is the point of order.
Honorable Speaker, eyona nto ke ebesiyilindele kupresident ukuthi aye apho kufele khona ithole athethe ngephalaphala elaplazi lakhe.
Honorable member,
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
first question is on migration. It is nothing the president
makathethe ngalento ama-Afrika awayilindele indaba yasephalaphala nemali ephansi kwamatrasi
Honorable Matulelwa. Honorable Matulelwa. Honorable Matulelwa, the first question on the order paper is a question on migration. It has nothing to do with Pala. You will raise the Pala issue when the time comes. Please take your seat. That was the first question, Honorable Member. Switch off your mic. Thank you. Please continue.
Point of order, Speaker.
There is no point of order until the president has finished his question.
I'm entitled to a point of order.
Until he has finished answering the question, take your seat.
I get that, Speaker, but I'm entitled to a point of order.
Honorable Mawutwe, sit down. Take your seat.
Rule 92 says I'm entitled to a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Shirwa Tlalapans.
Speaker, point of order, I'm entitled to a point of order in the House, whether you like it or not.
Honorable members, I had said that was the last I've accepted, Honorable.
What rule? What rule?
And I said,
what rule?
On the basis that,
what rule are you using?
Speaker, it's not up to you all the time. We are entitled to point of order.
Which rule are you using?
Honorable member.
69.
Which
69.
rule are you using to suppress a point of order?
You are not going to disrupt the House.
No. But what rule are you using
You
to suppress
will
a point
not
of order?
disrupt the House.
69. 69.
We will allow for him to respond to the issues you raised in the question paper. What I will not allow is at a point when the president or any member of the executive for that matter is responding to a question and then you say a point of order even before you've had the answer. So I'm not going to allow
point of order is allowed in any part of this sitting.
But in this
you can raise a point of order anytime. We want an explanation of the man in the mattress and pillows of Cyril Ramaphosa today. We want the man which is in the pillows.
The money is not number one. Pala is not number one on the list of questions on the order paper.
Yes, but it's a priority.
We are dealing with question one on the
number
order
one
paper.
in the country.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 92, subsection 12. Honorable Speaker, you have made a ruling around.
So who said German Cat must speak?
Around
why German Cat is speaking, Speaker?
Around
why German Cat is on the floor? Did you recognize him?
Speaker,
why German Cat is speaking?
Please.
Why German Cat is speaking?
Will you please?
You didn't recognize him.
The people who are violating that rule are evicted. Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable members.
Speaker.
There is no amount of confusion. There is no amount of screaming or disruption of the session which will prevent us from proceeding with the discussion today. Now,
Speaker.
Honorable members,
Speaker.
I don't know who's saying speaker, but will you please unmount the floor now? I'm now on the floor. Thank you. Now, honorable members, Rule 17 states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of the rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the day's sitting. Honorable members, I just thought as a point of reminder, honorable members should take cognizance of
it's intimidation.
It's a threat. You mean as a threat?
That's intimidation.
It's not intimidation.
It is intimidation.
Why do you want to remind us that you are going to evict us? You are going to be evicted.
You have not even heard
to raise a point of order. Honorable members, no, you can't intimidate us.
point of order.
Honorable members, I have closed all points of order.
On what rule? On what rule are you closing points of order?
On the rule that people are using points of order.
There's no rule like that. No rule like that. No rule like that. No rule like that.
Honorable members,
then
will you please now? I have requested the Honorable
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chi, the one who asked the first question.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Please continue. Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing points of order now anymore. And I think there's an understanding.
It's not such a rule now.
Honorable Speaker, honest, just a quick one. The whip of the ANC, they call him Honorable German Cat. I don't know his name. He spoke and didn't recognize him. The last one that spoke. And
Honorable Malema, I've taken note of your point. Honorable Khatebe, you're talking about Honorable Khatebe.
I don't know his name. German Cat, I don't know his name.
Honorable Khatebe had been recognized. And I did recognize him.
Okay.
Honorable members, I said no more points of order. Honorable members, we are going to continue with this session. I know that a statement has been made that perhaps the session should come to an end. This session will not come to an end. We will proceed with the business of the House together. Now, Honorable Mr. President, you were at the tail end of your response.
But Speaker, there's a question of the mattress and migration because people are migrating to Namibia there. Stealing money in Namibia, people who are using helicopters of the state. Migration, can we be given an update? Like the president as to what happened with the migration which he violated himself in terms of what happened
last time. Honorable Shivambo. Honorable, yes, he knows it's 69.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shivambo.
Honorable Speaker.
You are about to leave the House.
Honorable Speaker.
Whoa.
Yes, you are about to leave the House.
Speaker.
Sit down. I said no more points of
Honorable
order.
Speaker.
Take your seat.
No, it's a point of exigence.
Take your seat. There is no exigence. Take your seat. Take your seat, Tambo.
There's an
Take your seat. Take your seat.
Order, Speaker, order. Order. Order, Speaker, order. Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
I'm not allowing a point of order.
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker?
Allowing for a point of order.
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker? On you.
Are using the point of order to distract us?
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker, please?
Even to me. You can write to me and point that.
Don't be agitated, Speaker, as presiding officer.
I have no choice if your people are screaming.
You can't be agitated.
Now, Honorable Member.
Speaker, the President must respond to the issues. He must respond to the issues pertaining to the abuse of women and the abduction of women in Parapara Farm. That is what is at the center of what he should be responding to, because in a country like this, we cannot, when women are being killed harmlessly, and the president does that as a citizen of the country, and you are saying to us, he must not be held to account.
Honorable Teza, will you
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Teza.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Teza, will you please leave the House?
On what basis?
Honorable Teza,
what basis?
Will you please?
Speaker,
basis?
You didn't warn him. You didn't warn him.
Speaker.
Speaker,
you haven't given me the warning.
You didn't warn him.
Be in the House.
Please. Like you did with the
Honorable Member,
Honorable Speaker, the way you want, the way I just wait.
Will you please?
Honorable Speaker, the same way you want Shivambu, please warn him. You didn't warn him, Speaker. Speaker, you didn't warn him.
Honorable Teza,
Speaker, you did not warn him. Speaker, you didn't warn him like you did with Shivambu. Speaker, you didn't warn him. Warn him first.
Leave the House. No.
No. I was expecting.
Honorable Teza, I called you more than 3 times. Please leave the House, Honorable Teza.
Honorable Speaker, you warned Shivambu and said to him, you will evict him if he doesn't listen to you. You have not done that to Teza.
Call the PPS.
Please warn him.
You must leave the House. Thank you.
You are calling those people.
You must leave the House.
Speaker.
You didn't warn him properly, Speaker.
Speaker, you can't. You read the warning. This is exactly what we have warned you about. You can't use a blanket approach. You see the violence we're talking about.
Honorable Paulson, you may as well leave.
No, you can't do that.
No, Speaker. No.
Speaker, uyayibangela i-chaos kule house, Speaker. Uyibangela i-chaos. Why you bangela i-chaos kanje?
Now, Honorable Speaker, Honorable, can't take Honorable Paulson out. Honorable Paulson was the first one to obstruct the PPS from removing the Honorable member.
Why are you removing?
Can I say this? Honorable Paulson was the first one
to bring back our member here.
Honorable Shibambo
play wrestling.
Speaker,
not a wrestling ring.
Now the next one, Honorable Paulson is gone. Honorable Tenjua, what's that name there? Honorable Tenjana, will you please leave the house?
For what? For what?
For obstructing the PPS.
No.
Obstructing the PPS.
Why?
On
Why?
Out.
Why?
You know what you did?
What? What rules are you using now?
Why is he
You know
leaving
what
the
you
house?
Honorable, we help you run the house, please.
But you know what you did.
Why? Tell us. Tell us
You
what
all
you
know
did.
what you did. Puma.
Speaker, can I help you?
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, can I help
Order,
you?
Speaker.
Mute your masks. Your mics, please. Honorable Chenjuan, no member, to all of you, no member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in, prevent, that's what you did. Honorable Chenjuan,
Speaker.
Sergeant in arms, please remove Honorable Chenjuan.
Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing any more points of order now because points of order have been used to disrupt us. Honorable Tenjuana.
I want to appeal to you to come down, please. Please.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I'm coming down. Honorable Tenjuana, please. I won't allow you. No. Honorable Tenjuana. Sergeant in arms, you are taking long to report back. He's refusing.
We're in an army base here.
PPS must usher him out then. Instruct PPS must now remove Honorable Tenjuan. Honorable Tenjuana, please leave put. Because I saw what you did. I haven't heard from other people. I saw when you were shaping. Honorable members, just as a reminder, none of us are allowed to disrupt the speaker or any presiding officer when addressing the members of parliament. And if it continues, yes, people will leave the house. And if people obstruct, the PPS from ushering a member out, yes, the person who is responsible for that will have to accompany them and leave too. And that is the issue, that's all, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. On what rule are you rising?
Now, which rule?
On what rule? You're not addressing me because I don't want to be addressed, because you are using points of orders and making statements to disrupt the house. That's what is happening.
The rule says you must inform the member, you must allow them to withdraw. Which rule is that?
I read the rules out clearly as I was preparing to ask those members to leave the house. I did. You are not listening. Rule 73 talks to that.
Go to a rules book. Rule 73 will explain that to you. Thank you, honorable members.
Point of order, Speaker. On you, on a point of order, Speaker, please.
No,
please.
Honorable Malema, point of order. I've ruled on the points of order now because the points of order are being used to disrupt us. Can you please stop now?
No, Honorable Malima, Honorable
my chief whip. Speaker,
remember, Mr. President, are you done with your answers?
On a point of, I just want to highlight something quickly, Speaker.
Man, please, honorable member. Mr. President, are you done with your first question because we were interrupted?
No, I'm not done, Madam
Thank you.
Speaker.
Will you proceed then?
No, it's done.
Proceed. Please proceed to answer your question.
Now, in dealing with the issue of migration, Madam Speaker, we, as I was saying, we interact on a continuous basis with various countries on our continent. And amongst the agreements reached is to have a consular migration forum between ourselves and a number of countries, but specifically between Nigeria and South Africa, where senior officials meet twice a year to look at visa issues, illegal migration, and other issues concerning either of our two countries. Similarly, an immigration cooperation agreement formed part of my discussions with President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo of Ghana in December last year. We had bilateral commissions at head of state with Mozambique in 2022 in March, as well as Botswana in April of 2022. In both cases, cooperations on deportments and agreements on migration cooperation were broadly concluded. In the last few months, there have been engagements at ministerial and officials level with our counterpart countries such as Lesotho, Botswana, and Zimbabwe on migration issues. Now, during our chairship of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security over the past year, we have prioritized the draft regional migration policy framework and action plan. The draft plan proposes principles as well as strategies on matters such as border governance, irregular migration, labor migration, and others. Like any sovereign nation, Madam Speaker, we have the right to implement policies and measures that guarantee the integrity of our borders, that protect the rights of South Africans and provide that all who reside in our borders have a legal right to do so. To this end, there are ongoing joint operations by South African Police Service, South African National Defence Force, the Department of Employment and Labour, and the Department of Transport to deal with illegal migration. Now, the first cohort of the Border Management Agency border officials has been deployed in areas where we know that there is often illegal entry into the country. We are dealing with the challenge of illegal migration. And we must remember that we are a democracy founded on the rule of law. Acts of lawlessness, intimidation, and humiliation directed at foreign nationals, whether they are documented or undocumented, should not be tolerated. If migration is managed properly and occurs within the legal framework, those from other countries who are foreign nationals can contribute positively to our society, as they could bring skills and resources to our economy and create jobs for South Africans. We have recently undertaken a comprehensive review of the policy framework for work visas to ensure that migration is managed in a way that benefits our country and supports our national interests. We need to work together to ensure that all the country's laws are enforced by the relevant authorities firmly and consistently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable the President. Before I allow you, Honorable Shabane, to raise your first supplementary question, may I just remind all of us once more that Rule 92 provides, amongst others, that a member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66. Rule 66 provides, amongst others, that no member may interrupt another member while speaking except to call attention to a point of order or a question of privilege subject to Rule 92. And that is why I have decided that I'm no more allowing for points of order, because these points of order, some of them have been spurious points of order, and they are disrupting us from the work which we are seeking to do today. Thank you very much. Honorable Chavane. Thank you, Honorable Chavane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, President. Mr. President, thank you for your comprehensive response, particularly your articulation on the AU Agenda 2063 progress, thus far linked to migration. The positive side of migration is that it can contribute to economic growth of the country, the tourism sector, to advance relations between member states. The undesirable side of migration relates to its illegality and possible link to criminality. In the recent past, we have witnessed a terrible incident in some parts of our country, as in Sugarstone, where our undocumented foreign nationals freely terrorize our people and engage in illegal mining. Mr. President, how do we strike a balance between the need to protect our national sovereignty by tightening the migration process on one hand, and on the other hand, advancing AU Agenda 2063 that talks to the integration of the continent? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chavane. The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The integration of our continent at various levels includes the ability of all countries on our continent to be able to trade together, to be able to develop each other's economies, but also it includes the movement of people between countries. And this is an important developmental issue for our continent. But it has to be pursued in a way where the laws of all our countries on the continent are observed. This cannot be pursued at the expense of any country or in a manner that undermines the rule of law of any of the countries on our continent. And as I said, like any other country, South Africa has laws on migration that needs to be enforced and upheld. And when it comes to those who are here illegally, we've got to ensure that there is a process that we follow. And the process cannot be self-help by our people. It's got to be properly processed through the laws that we have in our country. In that way, we are able, together with our various sister countries on the continent, to act jointly as we develop each other's economies. And the issue of migration is a global problem and a major challenge across the world. And obviously we have opted to deal with it within the confines of our laws. And that in itself should give us a good strength and understanding that as we strengthen, for instance, our border management authority, as we prevent the illegal entry into our country, we will be able to resolve the various problems that we are experiencing right now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable the President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, the more government fails the people, the more it must find somebody else to blame for these failures. Your government is playing an incredibly dangerous game and stoking up sentiment, xenophobic sentiment, when the real problems that will be faced in the country are as a result of your government's failures. The inability to secure our borders with the 30 million rand washing line, a broken Home Affairs Department, a foreign policy that turns a blind eye to the oppressors in Zimbabwe and Eswatini, and your outdated economic policy, which pushed 12 million people into the unemployment queue. Instead of fixing the problems, Mr. President, your government distracts and points fingers at you. Your party spokesperson, Criminality, has endorsed Operation Tudula. Your Home Affairs Minister has called foreign nationals rascals. Your Limpopo Health MEC bullied and injured and vulnerable Zimbabwean patients. Now, your silence on these matters, Mr. President, implies that you're endorsing the scapegoating of foreigners. And so I ask you today, Mr. President, do you agree with your xenophobic colleagues and comrades? And if not, what action have you taken against them?
The Honorable, the President.
Thank you. We've always said that as South Africans, we are not xenophobic. We are a people who've always welcomed those from various countries from around the world and also on our own continent. In many ways, South Africa has been built with the participation, with the help of people from various nations. And they have helped to develop our country as well. So by any stretch of anyone's imagination, we are not a xenophobic nation. And even the leadership of the party that I lead are not xenophobic. Yes, there are challenges, as I said, that are global when it comes to issues of migration. And our people also respond to the various challenges that they also experience on a daily basis. For instance, when it comes to service delivery, our people feel strongly that yes, the preference should be given to South Africans. And they are right in many ways to feel like that. But at the same time, we've got to ensure that whatever is done within the confines of the law. Our foreign policy is actually admired around the world because we've taken foreign policy decisions of a progressive type that are applauded in many other countries. Our participation on the African continent through the AU is highly respected. In SADC, South Africa is held in high regard, being the type of country we are and the economy size that we have. And in many, many ways, we contribute progressively to various policy positions that are taken by SADC and also our continent. So South Africa is not xenophobic. South Africa is quite welcoming. And we're saying that rule of law, legality has to be observed, as it is the case in any other country around the world, but also specifically on our own continent. And as we integrate our continent from a trade point of view, from an investment point of view, we also recognize that there will be movement of people. People from South Africa are moving to various other countries on the continent, and people from other countries are moving to South Africa. And we are saying it's all got to be done within a particular legal framework. And that is where we stand. And we believe that is the correct stance that any country can take. And that is where we are headed. Our Home Affairs Department is dealing with enormous challenges that emanate from the past as well. And I believe that they're doing a really good job, particularly now as they're setting up the Border Control Authority. And that in itself is going to help us to ensure that there is legality, and the migration, which we cannot avoid and run away from, is done within the legal framework that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable N.F. Shivambu.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. It is common cause now, President of the ANC, that there are millions of dollars that were brought legally from Qatar and from the literal community of farm and hidden under mattresses. And when it was taken from your farm, you send your security guards to go and look after that money in Namibia. Did your head of security and your political advisor comply with immigration laws when they were chasing the money which was taken from your farm? That is 1. 2, you agree with what was done by the MEC of Health in the form of mistreating a fellow African from Zimbabwe in terms of the conduct that happened in Bela last week? That is the questions.
The Honorable the President.
On the first issue and question, that matter, which relates to one of the questions that will come later, is a matter that is currently under investigation. And the various investigating arms or agencies of our country are in the process of dealing with that matter. And I will say a little bit more about that later when the question properly arises. On the second one, obviously, the MEC of Health in Limpopo has raised an important issue: how service provision is affected by migration. That is an important issue that is top of mind in the minds of many South Africans. And indeed, it is part and parcel of having to deal with the whole issue of a framework around migration, not only on our continent, but elsewhere. As people move around the world, one of the issues they're often asked is, are you able to make provision for any service that may have to be offered to you in any shape or form? So that is part of that whole process of having to deal with migration. So the MEC, as I said, has raised an important issue which is currently under debate. And of course, she raised it in the presence of a patient, and I guess it's such an important issue, could have been raised in another way, but be that as it may, it has been raised, and it has evoked quite a debate, not only in our country, but also in Zimbabwe, and also in the rest of the continent. And it is a matter that is going to enjoy quite a lot of attendance, even as we meet at head of state level, to discuss precisely what the movement of people should really entail, what should accompany that in the form of services, in the form of health issues, in the form of either criminality and rule of law. So all those matters, Honorable Speaker, are matters that are germane to the whole process of migration, which we as a nation also have to deal with within the context of Pan-Africanism, within the context of being a part of this continent, and within the context of our basic humanity. And also in the end, it has to be done within the context of our own constitution. We have a constitutional architecture that looks at the people who are present in South Africa and also how they should be tended for or how services should be provided to. So those are issues that need to be debated as we move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Mr. President.
Speaker, the question was not answered.
Supplementary question.
Speaker,
will be asked.
The question was not answered.
Honorable Member, the question has been answered. You may be unhappy with the content, the substantive issue raised by the President. You may differ, but the question has been answered. Honorable Hero, this last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable. I'm not in a position, sorry, to prescribe how members of the executive should respond to questions. However, I am compelled to ensure that they respond to questions. The how part is a matter which you can raise in your portfolio committees. Honorable Hero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, we understand that the issue of migrant labor in the Southern African region is complex. We know it has a long history, and in some cases like Lesotho, the wage remittances are a substantial part of that country's economy. These bilateral agreements that allow for migrant labor in many cases predate our democracy and were designed for the purpose of providing cheap labor. We also know that a lot has changed in South Africa since these agreements were signed. We have a very high unemployment rate ourselves. And one of the big problems with these agreements is that they allow for self-management, where labor brokers and employers are able to exploit migrant labor. So, Mr. President, isn't it time that our migrant labor policies balance the need to protect South Africans from exclusion from the labor market, especially the seasonal seasonal opportunities, while securing the labor rights of migrants and local employees through more direct management of employment practices? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hero. The next question, number 8, has been, I'm sorry, Honorable Mr. President, I'm really sorry. The Honorable the President.
Hence I said you see, now you're making even simple mistakes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I should say that, yes, indeed, I agree with Honorable Heron, because in the end, we need to have a balance. And the balance has to be, we cannot do many of these things at the expense of the interests of our own people. But at the same time, we've got to recognize that those who also come to our country, who come legally, who come in compliance of our labor policies, who come in compliance with our migration policies, also do have a right to come through here as they comply with our laws. Like South Africans, who can also and do go to various other parts of our continent, either following the businesses that are owned by South Africans to go and work there, or going to invest there, or going to trade. The laws of those countries that they go to are laws that would permit them to be in those countries legally. So that balance has to be there. And for us, obviously, the first prize is to look after our own people and to make sure that our own people's rights are not trampled or ignored. But at the same time, those who come to work here have the right to also, within our labor laws framework, to have their rights also respected. And I therefore would agree with Mr. Heron that yes, as everything keeps on evolving, and policies also evolve, we do need to look at whether the policies that we still have are still relevant for the modern times that we live in, and also look at the various industries and sectors and the extent to which they are able to have workers from other countries to come to work here on a legal basis. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable the President. Question number 8 has been asked by the Honorable the Leader of the Opposition, The Honorable the President.
By men against women and children is a devastating social problem that can only be solved by every part of society working together. There's a recent World Bank report that characterizes gender-based violence against women and girls as a global pandemic that affects 1 in 3 women in their lifetime. And it goes on to give statistics that are really worrying, that are staggering, that show that 35% of women worldwide experience either physical or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence. While the latest crime statistics in our own country show a slight year-on-year decline in sexual offenses, we have not yet made significant progress in reducing the appalling levels of gender-based violence. That is why the government has been working closely with civil society, a number of women-led organizations, working closely with business, with labor and other formations, as a society-wide response that harnesses all the resources and energies at our disposal. Now, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is the product of an inclusive social process, and its implementation is our collective responsibility. The NSP, as it is known, is a 10-year plan in its 3rd year of implementation. We are committed to the full and urgent implementation of the NSP. We've started making progress in putting the necessary social infrastructure in place to respond more effectively to gender-based violence. To this end, 23 rapid response teams have been established in the Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, in Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. These rapid response teams are multi-stakeholder structures at the district level and ward levels to coordinate responses to gender-based violence and femicide. The teams are comprised of senior frontline officials such as police station commanders, senior social workers, representatives from the Tutuzela care centers, and the Victim Empowerment Center officials. They work with community organizations and individuals to report suspected cases, clean up unsafe spaces, and act to reduce the potential for gender-based violence by, for example, ensuring that liquor outlets in a number of areas do not stay open after operating hours. Much more work needs to be done around that to keep a focus on these liquor outlet areas. We still need to do much more. We have strengthened the criminal justice system, Madam Speaker, by enacting the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act and the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act. Among others, these acts strengthen the protection of children and other vulnerable persons and make vital changes to the parole system, giving complainants the right to make representations on certain parole issues. The new provisions tighten conditions with respect to the granting of police bail. Courts will now impose tougher sentences in cases of murder or attempted murder of children or in femicide or domestic homicide cases. Rape perpetrated in domestic relationships, rape of a child under 18 years, gang rape and serial rape will result in life imprisonment. Through the Tutuzela care centers, we are working quickly to ensure that gender-based violence survivors can access efficient and sensitive criminal justice services in an accessible manner, in a responsive and gender-inclusive manner. Now, these centers are also proving effective in improving conviction rates. The current conviction rate for matters emanating from these centers is 76%, which is up from 60% in 2010. The Sexual Offences Community Affairs Unit in the NPA achieved a conviction rate of 94% in femicide prosecutions and 74% in sexual offences cases in the last financial year. It is not enough to arrest, prosecute, and sentence perpetrators of gender-based violence. Our shared responsibility is to prevent such violence and build a society where women and children can feel free and being safe in our country. One of the initiatives in this respect is the National Prevention GBVF program called What About the Boys?, which is a partnership of the Department of Basic Education, the chemical industry, CETAs, and the private sector. About 10,000 boys in grades 8 to 12 are now part of the program. They are encouraged to reimagine traditional ideas of masculinity, learn how to manage their emotions, and create healthy minds and bodies. We are also working with partners to promote the economic empowerment of women and thereby reduce their vulnerability to abuse. Our interventions, Madam Speaker, include gender-responsive budgeting, which I'd like us to see us focusing more and more attention on, so that our budgets respond in a gender-sensitive manner or responsive manner. We're also looking at preferential procurement for women-owned enterprises. We've already put a percentage that needs to be taken into account and observed. And we're promoting the participation of women in business supply chains and ensuring that women are well represented in the labor market. We will be convening the second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide later this year to reflect on what has worked and not worked, and what further actions need to be taken to accelerate real meaningful change in the lives of all the women in our country. We know that we will not win this battle overnight. There's so much that needs to be done. And sometimes we make progress, sometimes we regress. But building a safe and violence-free country, particularly for women and children, means healing our nation. And it means restoring healthy respect for our common humanity and respect for women, and rooting the values of our Constitution in ourselves, in our homes, and in our communities. This is something that we should all feel strongly and passionate about in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A month ago, your Police Minister, Backlogs, said in an interview that a 19-year-old rape victim was, quote, lucky to be raped only once. It's clear from this comment that Minister Backlogs has himself given up and lost faith in his own ability to keep South Africans safe from rape, murder, and other violent crimes. And it shows, Mr. President, in the statistics to which you referred to. On your Police Minister's watch, 67 citizens are murdered every single day. 153 people are raped every single day. 364 violent robberies occur every single day. South Africans are under daily attack from violent criminals in their homes, in their workplaces, and on their streets. And your Police Minister, by his own admission, has given up trying to protect them. Mr. President, the question to you today, if he has given up on his own ability and has no faith in his ability to keep our citizens safe, why do you have faith in him? Why have you not fired him yet?
The Honorable, the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like, with great respect, to dispute and disagree with Honorable Steenhuisen that Minister of Police has given up on the fight against crime, and particularly on issues that have to do with gender-based violence. He is often at the forefront of ensuring that we do fight crime. And you refer to the statement that he made after the Kagiso incident. And I'd like to suggest that that was clearly not his intention, and that may have been lost in translation. But as far as his commitment, he was there. He was there soon after that incident happened. And he was there amongst other leaders, not only to care for the victims, but also to ensure that there's an investigation that has led to the arrests that have ensued. Working together with the police commissioner, the national commissioner, with various other police officials. And let me say that he is often there whenever all these calamitous criminal activities happen. So I think we need to give him a little bit of latitude and also recognition. The issue of criminality in our country is recognized by everyone. It is a major problem, and we are addressing it. Just last week, we held a meeting of the National Security Council, and we urged all our law enforcement or security agencies to focus on criminality, and particularly also to focus on various areas or nodes of great criminality like illegal mining and a whole range of others, particularly gender-based violence. And I do think that we are making progress, and we will make even greater progress with the greater determination that the police are going to be demonstrating going forward, and the focus that the leadership of the police are also going to be demonstrating. That we have a problem is what I recognize and all of us recognize, but that we will address this issue and deal with it is something that we are focusing on, and will make sure that it happens, because it is important that South Africans feel safe, and it is important that the police focus on ensuring that the levels of criminality in our country are brought down significantly, if not eliminated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, the President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Zet Ngomo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, gender-based violence and femicide takes place within a community and families. Those same families are shaped by culture, religious orientation, and their economic struggles to survive. Those factors have an impact on gender-based violence and femicide. Mr. President, my question is, how do we strengthen the family unit as communities in order to deal with the root problem in society, when within our families reside embedded patriarchal practices and toxic cultural practices, so that we strengthen the struggle against gender-based violence and femicide? I thank you.
The Honorable, thank you, Honorable Nkomo. The Honorable, the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, this is a societal problem, and it is for this reason that we say all of us need to address this issue in a way that we are all implicated. We therefore need to embark on a number of interventions, actions that will lead to the solution. And I'm rather pleased that through the interaction that we have with community-based organizations is beginning to get us to address the important issues. For instance, the issues of patriarchy, the issues of paying attention to the boys, as I said,
and making sure that we inculcate a sense, a consciousness of respect for women and for the correct values in our society in young people as they grow up. And also address the issue of this toxic masculinity that is there, but also focusing on the family as a unit that needs to be nurtured, and where at a societal level we are able to do what we've always done over generations, that the society, the community takes an interest in what happens within their confines. Where there are abuses, the community should find ways of intervening. And it is through this, when we engender this spirit, that we will be able to have preventative measures that are much more effective. And I'm pleased that a number of educational institutions, be they universities and so on, have also taken this up. So this being a broad societal issue, we need to work together. And I found that when stakeholders work together to address common society problems, we're able to make progress. This is even more so when we have to deal with the issue of gender-based violence and addressing issues of patriarchy, an issue of this toxic masculinity, and now the focus being on young boys, which is a movement or a process that I'd like to see spread more and more in our country. We are possibly still at the beginning stages, but if all of us can put our hands or our shoulders to the wheel, I'm sure that we will be able to make progress. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Z. Majosi. Honorable Z. Majosi. Are you on the virtual platform?
Honorable Speaker, she is meant to be on the virtual platform. Perhaps she's having some connectivity problems. May I ask the Honorable President the question on her behalf?
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable President, for South Africa's criminal justice system to be effective under Pillar 3 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the DNA backlog of 58,000 cases needs to be cleared. Such operational incapacities in dealing with cases of GBV is dangerous, as victims are left exposed and accessible to the perpetrator. Mr. President, how would your government capacitate the provincial criminal justice system to deal with DNA backlogs that will aid in mitigating instances of perpetrators being in close proximity to their victims? And how far along is the process of clearing the DNA backlog of 58,000 cases by September 2020? Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to be more specific on this, the Minister of Police and I have discussed this issue of the DNA backlog, and he's assured me that a number of steps are being taken. Initially, it was a case of this whole procurement process that had gotten stuck, and I'd like to believe that now the process the whole matter is being addressed and the process should get underway. It is concerning that we built up a backlog of 58,000 DNA samples that need to be cleared, and it is an area of focus that I've also communicated to the Minister that needs to be cleared up. At the provincial level, yes, that is where we need to capacitate our provinces to be able to deal with this type of matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And the last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable P.J. Groenewald.
Geachte Speaker, through you. Honorable President, it is correct that you say that there is improvement. I have just received, for instance, a report, a household report.
Order.
A household report that says there is an improvement where women, for instance, feel that they are more safe when they move around. But the fact of the matter is, if we look at the murder rate of women and children for the first quarter of this financial year, then we see there's an increase when it comes to women of 53%. In children, it went up to 46%, but when it comes to assault with gross bodily harm, then we see in the case of women, it increased to 55%. And when we talk about children, 17 years and younger, we say it's an increase of 58%. Now, Honorable President, we had a meeting with political leaders and yourself in 2018, and I then said to you, the problem is the criminal justice system. I heard what you said on the question of the IFP, but my question is more specific. What steps have you as President took to ensure that the criminal justice system is improved? And then I refer not only to the police, but to the judicial part, and for instance, correctional services. I think there are too many rapists that gets parole and then they just continue with their criminality.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You've exceeded your time. The Honorable, the President.
Point of order. The Speaker, on a point of order, I wanted you to clarify.
I did not give you the floor.
Yes, but
I did not give you the floor.
Please give me.
I did not give you the floor.
Please give me the floor.
I am not giving you the floor until I recognize you.
Please recognize me.
Honorable Member, what's happening to you?
Please recognize me. Ow.
I am not going to recognize you because I had closed all points of orders.
You must take a point of
Honorable
order.
the President.
On a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
On a point of order.
I'm glad that Honorable Groenewald has recognized that there's been an improvement, but I agree with him that much more needs to be done and can be done. And the focus should be on key priority areas, such as, for instance,
President, there is a point of order, President. When there's a point of order, you must keep quiet and allow other people, Mr. President. There is a point of
Speaker. Honorable Malema.
Unlike you,
Honorable Malema, please. Honorable Shibambo.
I wanted to clarify if it's permissible for us to make follow-up questions from the main podium there, because we'll gladly do so. So all the follow-up questions that we want to make, we want to come and stand here.
No, Honorable.
Because it was addressed. It's a point of order, because we must be consistent with the rules.
No.
If it is allowed, we want to make follow-up questions from there as well. So that
Honorable Member Shivambo,
your president is hiding somewhere. We want to ask questions from there because he's not here in any way.
Honorable Shivambo, Honorable Papo, Honorable Shivambo, remember, order, Honorable Shivambo, remember, whenever we're preparing for questions, you have a right to submit follow-up questions, an indication that you would want to make a follow-up question. And I do have a list of parties which made that request. Honorable members, honestly, Honorable Shivambo, what is the problem here? I mean, you may speak from the podium and we did not come, Honorable Mkalipi. Order, Honorable member. Okay, I will intervene. Honorable Mkalipi.
Speaker,
yes.
I'm being harassed here. I'm being harassed by your member here. He's asking what is my children saying when I'm speaking here. What does my children fit in? On a Women's Month.
Honorable
Women's Month.
members.
I'm being harassed.
Honorable members.
On a Women's Month. Can you rule on that, Speaker?
Who's that?
Speaker,
Who's
rule
questioning?
on that. I'm harassed by this doctor.
Okay,
here.
take your seat.
What does my kids fit in?
Honorable.
Can you bring my kids here?
Okay, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mkalipi, take your floor. Who raised that question? Who is that, honorable members? Our Honorable Zomo.
I'm not here.
Really? Honorable Zomo. Hi, man. Okay. Honorable Zomo. Hi, man, how may I help you? Hi, you are not presiding
But
now.
that question is very relevant, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Zomo.
That question is very relevant.
Pakame Puti, take the floor. What did you say? What did you say, Honorable Zomo? Let me understand what you said.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mutisa and Honorable Mente. Honorable Zomo, what did you say? Order! 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 Honorable Zomo.
Honorable Speaker.
What did you say? What did you say? Can you just clarify me? What did you say?
You can check the Hansard. I didn't say anything.
Okay, then I will come back. Honorable member, I will come back with a ruling from answered. Honorable Zulu.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker. Again, on the same rule that we raised earlier on. It is just a plea, Honorable Speaker, because members of this House on both sides do have to appreciate what we've been raising all the time. What is actually very disturbing right now is what members of the EFF on the front and members this side actually going to a point of almost talking physical threats against each other. Again, no, honorable member, I'm really.
Allow her, she is on the floor. She is on the floor and I granted her that opportunity. Yes.
I am really pleading, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable.
Worst of all is it's Women's Month.
Yes.
So the last thing we need is between us women, in particular, making the kind of threats that are being made in the House. I thought we've long gone past that stage. As I indicated earlier on, the people of South Africa will learn from us. And when we learn, we must learn and show that we have learned. So this that has been going on here, Honorable Speaker, it's a pity you did not hear. But members who are here, they heard the physical threats. And it's a plea, Honorable Speaker, that all members must withdraw from any form of physical threats. The last thing we need is that, Honorable. Yes, I have changed, and I'll show you that I have changed. I struggle to make sure that we make the change. I've made the change.
Okay.
Yes.
Just thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order, please. There is a matter which has been raised here. Not only has it just been raised, I heard it all, but there was somebody I had recognized on the floor. I was asking Dr. Domo, honorable member, to clarify what he had said, which had annoyed Honorable Mkalipi. Now, Honorable Zomo has referred me to the Hansard, and I will check the Hansard and come back and rule on the matter. However, Honorable Ima, hold on, hold your horses, please. Now, at that point, there was an exchange, honorable members, between Honorable Modise and Honorable Mente. Honorable members, both of you, will you please stand? Honorable Mente and Honorable Modise. Yes, Sisi. Yes. Honorable. Now. No, it was. Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable Mente, honorable members, you were right to take the floor to stand because I did call out your name to stand. But Honorable Mente is correcting that and is pointing me to the right person. Will the person who was having an exchange with Honorable Mente take the floor, honorable members? Sit down, Honorable Modise, and thank you very much. Honorable, allow me. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. You are honorable members. And honorable members are leaders of our society as parliamentarians. And you have a responsibility to maintain the decorum of the House. And I think what Honorable Zulu said about the fact that this happened at a time when it is Women's Month says it all. And I just think that, honorable members, it was incorrect of you, Honorable Mente and Honorable Mkweba. We are supposed to be exemplary to our people who are watching us. We are supposed to be exemplary to our children, to our families, to our members who are watching. And I do want to, no. I don't need you to help me to deal with this. Honorable Mente, Honorable Mkweba, with all due respect, I'm appealing to both of you to withdraw what you said to one another for the benefit of this House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mente.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will not withdraw protecting my members because she, after Dr. Dom.
No, Honorable Mente.
There's
Honorable Mente.
There is context to everything.
Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente.
You are not going to sit here and intimidate my members.
Honorable Mente.
It will never happen.
Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente. I am requesting you, it doesn't matter what happened now, but the exchange which you had in the, no, honorable member.
It matters, Speaker. Remember, it technician, remember, after Dr. Jomo,
okay, thank you very much.
Number two, she threatens my member. I must sit here, be quiet when my member.
No, honorable member.
Under my custody.
Honorable member. Honorable Mente.
It's not going to happen that my members are threatened when I'm here. Last time women were threatened with violence and they were ejected out of the house with violence.
Honorable.
Now your members are threatening violence on my members. It will never happen.
Honorable Mente.
It will never happen.
The matter.
You must protect us from being violated by your women. The worst part is she is defending a man against a woman.
Okay.
And then I must sit here and fold arms.
Honorable
I'm not
Mente.
going to do that.
Honorable
I
Mente.
am not going to do it, Speaker. I'm not
Honorable
going to do
Mente.
it. I am not going to withdraw protecting my members.
No, Honorable Mente.
Will not do it.
I have called your name thrice already. And all I am requesting is, in spite of the context within which this happened, the issue I am raising, Honorable Mente and Honorable members, is what transpired here in the
Speaker,
chamber.
you did not hear us.
Honorable.
You are being told by...
No, Honorable Mente, please withdraw.
Speaker, what?
Honorable Mente, withdraw.
What must I withdraw?
Honorable Mente, withdraw. Then, Honorable Mente, please leave the house. If you can't take the order, leave the house. It is my ruling, Honorable Member. It is my ruling, Honorable Member, leave the house. No, Honorable Shivambo. Honorable Shivambo, the issue is not about the context. It is about what transpired in the house here. No, Honorable Shivambo, I have made a ruling. I've said these two members must withdraw.
She never threatened her with violence.
No, these two members must leave the house.
Which we will
Not
deal
that
with.
our member.
We will deal with that matter.
Thank
Once
you.
I've read the Hansard, I've ruled that Honorable Mente should leave the house. Honorable Mente, leave the house. If you can't withdraw,
Done by the national chair.
Honorable Mente, will you please leave the house? Sergeant in arms, will you please usher Honorable Mente out? I've not called bouncers. I've requested the sergeant in arms to usher Honorable Mente out.
On a point of order, speak.
Speaker Ngagula.
I've said the
Speaker, are you
sergeant
calling
in
men
arms
against a woman
should
again?
request the women PPS members to usher Honorable Mente out. Thank you.
Speaker,
We
can I
proceed,
speak?
Honorable members.
Speaker, can I speak?
Not allowing any point of order now.
No, but Speaker, this thing started about me.
No, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mente, please leave the house. Honorable Shivambo, please give the way so that Honorable Mente can be ushered out. Please give the way. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Speaker.
Honorable members, order. 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 Remember, order, honorable members. Remember that this all happened in the context of an exchange between yourself, Dr. Dlomo, and Honorable Mkalipi. And for that, I have ruled I will go and consult with Hansard.
I want to get
I will
in
come
there.
back and
I want
make
to
a
address
ruling.
that point exactly.
I am not going to allow you to speak
No,
now.
but there's no Hansard. I want to address that point.
I am not going
There's no
to allow
Hansard. He didn't speak on Hansard.
There's Hansard. There's
No, he
something
didn't
called
speak
Hansard.
here.
I will find it.
How?
I'll find it.
How?
I will find it.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, uchemile. Worse than baleka speaker ngendlela ocheme ngayo.
Now, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we now proceed We were at a point where the president must answer to the question raised, supplementary question, which was the last, raised by Honorable P.J. Groenewald.
No, Speaker, you were at a point where you were passing a ruling on the point of order of whether when we make follow-up questions, should we take that podium, because we'll gladly do so.
Honorable Shivambu.
You had not given a ruling on that. You were busy doing that.
I did actually. I said,
what is the ruling?
I said there is nothing wrong. However, we encourage people to answer or to pose questions from where they are, but I was not going to interrupt him at that point where he was at the podium. That's what I said. But you wouldn't have said it because there was this exchange which was going on in the chamber, Honorable Member. Now, for the record, that's what I said. If I may read this, honorable members, Rule 78, which states that 782, at a sitting in the chamber of the National Assembly, a member may only speak from the podium during debate and whenever the presiding officer so directs, and at all other times address the chair from a microphone on the floor of the chamber. A member may deliver his or her address in such other manner as the member is physically able to do and agreed to by the presiding officers. In this instance, I did not prevent the honorable member from taking the podium. And therefore, honorable member, I really request that we proceed. Honorable members, the President, will you please respond to the question raised by Honorable Groenewald?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Groenewald wanted to know what I have done in relation to all the issues that he raised to improve the criminal justice system. A lot has been done, Honorable Speaker, in relation to just ensuring that the prosecutorial process in our country is streamlined in relation to ensuring that they focus on crimes that have to do with gender-based violence and femicide. And I think we're seeing a lot of progress in that regard. There are more prosecutions, but not only that, but there's greater success in convictions. When it comes to the judiciary, we've set up special courts as well. Special courts where children and women feel much more able to bear testimony to what would have happened to them. I visited one of those courts in Gauteng and saw how well structured it is and how the judiciary is also able to ensure that those types of trials do take place in an environment that enhances the process of justice to go on in a way where victims are able to testify and relate their experiences in a much more conducive environment. When it comes to corrections, yes, there have been situations where parole has been given to people who have committed crimes of rape, and they go out and still go ahead and commit those. And I'd like to believe that the parole system is now being tightened. And when you look at the work that the police are now doing, police stations have now become much more serious in as far as ensuring that when they deal with issues that have to deal with gender-based violence, rape, and crimes against children, they've set up various structures, either highly well specialized or trained of officers and there are also social workers who deal with that. Now, much more progress needs to be done still in the criminal justice system, but a combination of all these interventions that we have made, including at the legislative level, where even the National Assembly has passed laws, I think we can say that we are making progress. Clearly not enough progress in the eyes of many people, also in the eyes of the women of our country. Much more needs to be done. But we have embarked on a journey that is enabling us to pay more attention, to give more focus to crimes against women and children on the gender-based violence type of process. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable the President. Our next question, question number 9, has been asked by the Honorable HKR Meshwe. The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The report of the expert panel, which I set up into the July 2021 civil unrest, concluded, among others, things that the South African National Defence Force did not undertake any scenario planning for a possible sudden deployment, nor put in place or put in measures necessary to deploy that they, or should they be called upon to do so. That's what the expert panel said. We should therefore welcome the SANDF's internal warning instruction of 6 August 2022 as an indication of the readiness of the security services to respond to potential unrest should it be necessary. In this instance, it was not necessary for the President to authorize the deployment of the SANDF to support the South African Police Service in managing the security situation in the country. The relevant security and law enforcement entities continue to improve their own ability to respond to criminality, as well as instability under the overall direction of the National Security Council. As indicated in the State of the Nation address, government has allocated funding for the recruitment of 12,000 new police trainees, and the first cohort is currently undergoing basic training. The South African Police Service public order policing units will receive an additional 4,000 members this financial year. The first tranche of the 2,000 new public order policing members will complete their training next month, and the next tranche of 2,000 will begin training in December. Drawing on the lessons of last year's July unrest, we are working to improve cooperation between law enforcement agencies and the private security industry in the fight against crime. An example is the collaboration between Transnet Freight Rail and South African Police Service to combat infrastructure theft and the sabotage of the rail line. This includes securing the North Rail Corridor between the Highveld Coalfields and Richards Bay, which has led to a significant reduction in crime and derailments. Earlier this month, Justice and Correctional Services Minister Ronald Lamula gave approval for Transnet security officers to be granted peace officer status. This means that they will be allowed to make arrests and assist the National Prosecuting Authority with prosecutions. They will also have the authority to search premises, complete dockets to ensure suspects are charged correctly, and assist the basic investigations. Another example of cooperation is between mine security, private security, and the South African Police Service to fight precious metal theft and illegal mining. As a result of these joint efforts, we are seeing progress in areas such as Mpumalanga and Limpopo, and also Northwest, that have been flashpoints of instability as stolen metals were moved to illicit markets abroad. Government is taking the challenge of illegal mining extremely seriously. Last week, the National Security Council held a meeting to focus on the work being done to tackle illegal mining and related crimes. The South African Police Service has established task teams to tackle illegal mining, alongside other task teams dealing with construction site extortion, copper and cable theft, and theft and vandalization of economic infrastructure. The National Security Council agreed on further action to tackle illegal mining, and that the SANDF could be called upon to support the South African Police Service should it be required. Now, together, all these efforts should steadily reduce the prevalence of criminality and combat attempts to undermine police order. However, it is important that all our security forces remain alert and ready to act if needed. But we also urge our communities through the various community structures that are in place, such as community policing for us, to be able to assist the police in the work of dealing with criminality in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable the President. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable KRJ Mishwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable President. The ACDP is extremely concerned about the current state of criminality in our country. Violent service delivery protests, incidents of vigilantism, abductions, kidnapping of women and children in particular are also increasing, and hijacking of residential properties have become commonplace, which is a great concern. Mr. President, when members of Operation Dudula set up roadblocks and checkpoints to stop people with darker skin who are suspected of being foreign nationals, preventing them from accessing hospitals and clinics, while the police are watching in a posture of endorsement, or when they search and demand official documents from business owners they suspect to be foreign nationals in the presence of the police, that we believe sends a negative message to the international community that South Africa is becoming a failed state where lawlessness is allowed to entrench itself and members of the public are allowed to take matters in their own hands. So what I want to know, Mr. President, while I appreciate what you said, and that there is collaboration and cooperation between different agencies of security, the issue of soldiers being involved practically to crush, to stop, and to arrest drug lords. The fight against drugs seems to be lost because there is an increasing number of children that are addicted. So I want to know, Mr. President, what should happen to show government that the matter is serious and desperate? All the plans that the president is talking about consist of things that should have been done long ago, but it's only now that government is talking about collaboration. So I want to know what has to happen to send the message of agency or SOS to government and to the president that something needs to be done to finally stop violence in the country and make our streets safer for particularly women and children. Thank you.
I thank you, Dr. Mishwe. The Honorable, the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to say to Honorable Mishwe, Reverend Mishwe, that indeed the message has been, well, the alarm and the call has been raised quite prominently. Many of the issues that Reverend Meshe is alluding to, the issues of kidnapping, the issues of lawlessness, are matters that have registered and action is being taken. There has been failure, as has been admitted, and with the new invigoration that we have infused in the police, the National Commission of Police is highly alert of all these matters, together with the minister, and there's now much more of an action-oriented approach, which is going to deal with these matters. Reverend Meshe raises, Honorable Meshe raises the issue of bringing in the soldiers to arrest and crush all these activities. I'd like to say that the army can only be called in to support and assist the police. Process of arrest, dealing with criminality, is a function of the South African police, where we, in certain circumstances, will bring in the army. It is when they have to come in to give support, to give assistance to the police. And the police will be the ones who will lead that process. Need to remember that our soldiers are trained with a particular focus in mind. And as they come in, they have to be giving and lending support and assistance under, yes, the leadership and direction of the police. The president, in deploying the army, also has to notify Parliament, as we all know. So deploying the police, the army, is quite a serious matter. But the National Security Council, in its recent meeting, realized that there will be situations where indeed we might need to bring in the army. And when that happens, it is the president, but the president can only finally do so informing Parliament, informing the National Assembly, as well as the Council of Provinces. I think we should look at that in that context. But it's having said that, there is much more determination on the part of the police to deal with all these matters. I did say earlier that the police has set up a number of units that will be focusing on all these areas. For instance, when it comes to illegal mining, the numbers of the police who have to focus on this have been increased, and we are already beginning to see the positive effects of all this. So quite serious action is being taken in this regard. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable the President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable M. Modise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable President, the expert panel on the July 2021 unrest, amongst other things, recommended that the capacity of the security services needs to be strengthened to respond effectively to all situations. Whilst appreciating that the Defence Force may be deployed to support the SAPS when the need arises, what measures will the President take to ensure that the capacitation of law enforcement agencies is strengthened to deal with acts of criminality in our country as observed by the expert panels? Thank you.
The Honorable the President. Thank you, Honorable Modise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A number of actions obviously need to be taken in this regard. The first one obviously is to get the police and indeed the security forces to focus more on the problem areas. And what is good is that the National Security Council meets quite regularly and focuses on areas of risk and areas of concern. Of course, the other one is to capacitate our security forces from a capability point of view, as well as ensuring that we focus on the budgetary side of things. With the financial fiscal constraints that we have faced, we've seen, yes, a cutback on their budgets, particularly Defense Force as well as the police. And these are matters that are now being looked at so that we strengthen the hand of the police and we also strengthen our Defense Force. And if we do all that and appoint the right people for the right positions, we do believe that we will be able to make progress. And this is a process that we've now embarked upon. And the training element, the capacitation element, is also another area that we're looking at. And we're looking at all these matters holistically to ensure that we address the various areas of weakness all around, particularly when it comes to our police. So progress is being made. I'm rather pleased with the focus that the National Commissioner is having together with various other officers that he works with on the issue of criminality. And of course, we need to ensure that they continue getting the support of the people of our country, because they can only really truly be successful if they are supported and if, for instance, at community level, through our community policing forums, we're able to lend them that support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, the President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable A.M. Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. President, it's not the Defense Force or the South African Police Services that can do what we need in South Africa to create a better quality of life and protect our people. When a country is not able to provide food to its citizens, it's in a state of collapse. If it cannot provide water for survival, it's in a state of collapse. If it cannot provide homes, it's in a state of collapse. Your predecessors, President Mbeki, says that we have no plan for the future. And our former President Kgalema Motlanthe says South Africa is in a crisis. Our state-owned entities have collapsed. Our infrastructure is collapsing. The quality of education, where 60% dropout in Tibet colleges, 91,000 children, Mr. President, gave birth to children last year, and we think it is okay. Can you tell us what plan do you have in terms of a holistic approach to solve the problems of this country, very importantly? And I want to highlight, Mr. President, 200,000 jobs are at risk at the moment in the confectionery industry because of the policies we have, which calls for your urgent intervention to save these jobs because of our policies. Could you please tell us whether you'll be willing to consider that as well? Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, Honorable Imam Sheikh. The Honorable, the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have a number of interventions that we are embarking on. As regards having a plan, we have a plan. We conceived a plan for recovery and reconstruction, which we put to various stakeholders, and it was adopted and embraced. And it is this that is guiding us at this point in time. And embedded in that plan is also the issue that Honorable Imam raises, the economy and giving focus to our economic recovery, which, as he correctly says, has an impact on the issue of security, issue of criminality, because it is when people have food, when people have jobs, and when people have water, that their livelihood improves. And our recovery plan is aimed at addressing that. And we are making measured progress. We are not where we want to be. COVID-19 resulted in us losing 2 million jobs. And losing 2 million jobs in an economy of our size is quite a devastating act, where many people have lost their livelihoods and go to bed hungry. And it was for that reason that government had to intervene, to introduce a relief measure for many of our people who were not able to cope with the ravages of COVID-19. So many initiatives are underway. And we are also interacting with various stakeholders, be it labor, community, and the business community. And what we had initially thought we would make progress on in forging a compact is taking time, but the discussions are ongoing. And we anticipate that as we continue addressing all these challenges, we are going to make progress. Yes, are we having a crisis situation? We are having huge challenges in our country, and they've been given rise to what we know: unemployment, inequality, and poverty, which did not start yesterday, which has beset our country over a number of years and was exacerbated by the recent calamities that our country has just recently, just 18 months, 2 years ago, gone through. And in the course of that, government has taken a number of other actions or interventions. Government at its own instance, and for the first time in the history of our country, was able to come up with an intervention that created 1 million job opportunities, and especially for young people who are negatively affected by the incidence of unemployment. We've been able to also extend that to people who work in the rural areas, small, medium farmers. So a number of activities have been taken, and where we've also assisted the early childhood development, say, if you like, practitioners, in quite a positive way, where young people have been cared for. Are we concerned about the 91,000 young people who have given birth to kids? Yes, we are concerned. And COVID-19 also did not help us much in this regard, as it has also happened in many other countries. So we are grappling with all these challenges and all these problems. Do we have interventions that are addressing all these challenges? Yes. Do the interventions match up with the enormity of the challenges? At times, maybe not so much because of our fiscal challenges as well. But what I can assure Honorable Imam is that government is not resting on its laurels. And we are also continuing to deal with issues of corruption, another major pandemic, if you like, that our country has had to face during the course of this period. And we are beginning to see great progress that is ensuing in that regard. So progress is being made. We need to make much more progress, but we are moving forward. And at times we seem to be moving backwards, but forward movement is what is our great focus. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable President. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable General P.H. Holomisa. General.
Speaker Mall. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, General. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. President, okay, Honorable President, firstly, we wish Umamekaya a speedy recovery. Angazenzela prescription athume wena uyoyithenga ngokwakho ungathumeli bodyguards. Mr. President, would you consider establishing special disciplined units comprised of SANDF and SAPPS, which are to be trained under one roof to actually implement what you are discussing at Security State level, Council level, to make the budget available to properly train and equip the said units and let them be on 24/7 standby in all 9 provinces. That would improve the lack of state of readiness we have witnessed on a number of occasions, where you issue an instruction, for instance, to a defense force, and it takes them time for them to deploy. But if they are trained and they have got equipment, and those operation orders would be monitored at national level, perhaps by Security Council or in a joint operation center. That would also, Mr. President,
you exceeded your time, General. You have exceeded your time.
To enhance their capacity, they should work with police, crime, and military intelligence units. Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
President.
Thank you, General, Honorable General. The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable General Olomisa, uthetha njengo-General wenyani, and you're making a number of what I would call positive proposals on improving the state of readiness of our security forces or units. And it's something that really we need to think about. What you should have noted, which is what sparked Honorable Misha to raise the question, is the notice that was issued by the Defense Force, which was aimed at getting the Army to be action ready if they are called upon to be ready. That I saw in very positive light, because it basically meant that the Chief of the Defense Force and his various other officers are seeking to address the weakness that the expert panel into the 2021 unrest had spoken about. So there is a move to improve our state of readiness. And similarly, on the SAPS side, there is that similar focus as well. So you are suggesting, Honorable General, that we should have units that would be combined and look at what needs to be done to improve the state of readiness in all our provinces. It's something that is currently underway in different iterations, maybe separately, but you're suggesting do it as a combined force. That's something that can be looked at, although it will need to be looked at within the protocols of these various units, these various institutions, the Defense Force and the police. Because when they are called upon to help each other, they intersect at a particular area of focus where the Defense Force is called upon to support and to assist the police. But I'd like to thank you for the suggestion put forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable the President. That comes us to bring us to the end of that question. And question number 10 has been asked by the Honorable N.Q. Mvana. The Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It will take an effort by all of us in the country to overcome the many social ills that confront our people. In recognizing the critical role that civil society plays in tackling poverty, in tackling inequality and related social problems, I announced in the State of the Nation address in February this year that a social sector summit will be convened in 2022. We recognize that government needs to create an enabling and a conducive environment for civil society organizations to be effective in undertaking their work. The Presidential Social Sector Summit was held on the 4th and the 5th of August this year, and it grappled with the challenge of issues such as poverty, unemployment, inequality, recognizing that they lead to increased levels of desperation amongst our people, social problems, breakdown of families, and violence in our communities. To promote positive social values, we need to tackle poverty. The provision of the social wage is an effective intervention to support and protect households living below the poverty line. As of November 2020, over 18.2 million citizens were accessing social grants in our country, with the child-specific grants reaching over 13.2 million children every month, representing over 72% of the total grants distributed. The old age pension is an effective instrument to support elderly persons, together with other social services such as education, health, and food distribution programs. For unemployed South Africans, the 350 SRD grant has provided valuable support since the start of COVID-19 pandemic. Many people continue to criticize our intervention in this regard. But what I should say is that this 350, which is now assisting almost 11 million people in our country, is something that is seen in positive light by those people whose livelihoods were negatively affected also by COVID-19. And in some social circles, social sort of civil society organizations, they say it has helped to reduce the poverty, which would have gone much higher had we not intervened. Of course, poverty is at unacceptable levels, but that amount, much as it is not as high as people would want it to be, has been a great boon to many of our people, given our fiscal constraints and our ability to pay or to assist our people. The expanded public works program is one of the government's key programs to provide temporary work for people who are unemployed. The program offers an essential avenue for income transfers to poor households in the short to medium term. In the last financial year, as I was saying earlier, over 1 million opportunities were created. The presidential employment stimulus, seeking to mitigate the devastating economic challenges brought about by COVID-19, has provided work and livelihood opportunities for nearly 1 million people since it was started less than 2 years ago. The Presidential Social Sector Summit produced a framework document highlighting 2 critical strategies to address social ills in South Africa. Firstly, implementing development interventions with civil society, and secondly, strengthening civil society as a delivery agent for development interventions. The Social Sector Summit framework document is aligned with the vision of the National Development Plan to eradicate extreme poverty in our country by 2030 and further reduce inequality and unemployment. This means that programs to address poverty and inequality must be accelerated, must be speeded up, recognizing that the state and the private sector often rely on civil society organizations to deliver essential services to communities, especially those in hard-to-reach areas. And we've seen how civil society organizations have continued to play a critical role in a number of areas, in health and in just social welfare. Now, the Presidential Social Sector Summit laid the basis for more responsive and effective collaboration to deliver on the promise of a better life for all South Africans by ensuring that commitments are clear and that they strengthen existing initiatives to promote shared values within families and communities. Civil society is a critical stakeholder in our country as we seek to deepen democracy and improve the quality of lives. So civil society can help us address the social ills. The call for partnership with civil society sector is premised on the acknowledgement that government alone cannot address the developmental challenges our country is facing. And central to the partnership between government and civil society is the joint commitment to pursue matters of national interest, such as fostering shared positive family values, promoting social cohesion within communities, nation building, and ensuring communities' responsibilities is there in protecting citizens. We agree that our developmental interventions, therefore, must be structured in a way that promotes strong family values and strengthens diverse family units and households. Some priority areas already exist and include social ills like gender-based violence and alcohol and drug abuse, to name a few. Now, we signed a framework agreement, and civil society committed to ensuring that society takes joint responsibility in dealing with communities' pathologies by combating all forms of crimes, addressing social ills, providing youth and women empowerment initiatives, caring and supporting people with disabilities and older persons, and also addressing crime and corruption at the community level. So all these measures, Madam Speakers, and interventions were embraced and are owned by civil society organizations to address our social ills. And I felt very encouraged at that summit that we had so many civil society organizations that span the full spectrum of our lives as South Africans, from sport to religious, you name every other area, and that we were all united in wanting to work for a better South Africa. I thank you.
President, the first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable N.Q. Mvana. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, thank you for the elaborate response. And we are confident that the Presidential Sector Summit resolution will enhance intervention of the government and strengthen support for evil society. As I was present in that Presidential Sector Summit,
I also think I've got confidence that the social society and civil society will be able to know their responsibility in terms of assisting. Mr. President, women are a major victim of a high level of social ills, as you have said, especially this month of Women's Month. They experience trauma when their children are violated. The security of women and the girl child has reached alarming levels. As we know that the tragic death that has been experienced in Enyobeni, also the one of 8 women in Krugersdorp, and the gang rape incident in Kagiso. It is critical for the government to develop intervention which addresses trauma because of these social ills, President, that you are talking about. The impact of these conditions require psychosocial support of citizens from social workers in particular. Your Excellency, how will the government ensure that it enhances the provision of psychosocial support for victims? Thank you, Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Mvana. The President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of psychosocial support and assistance to our people who are facing enormous challenges in a number of areas of their lives is a very important initiative or process, rather, that we need to ensure that it is given attention. And obviously, through the various officials that we have in government and those that are within government structures like social workers, and those that still need to be brought in are the ones who will play a key role. However, civil society organizations are the ones who are at the forefront of all this, because they are much closer to the challenges that our people face, to the needs that our people face. And as I said earlier, government cannot do this alone. It requires the support, the assistance of civil society. And civil society has a number of people with great talents, with great insights, with great experience, as well as expertise to address the needs that our people have, be they of a health nature, psychosocial nature, or whatever other nature. So I was particularly pleased when at the Civil Society Summit, we were all ad idem of one mind between civil society and government. And may I add, there were also a number of business people, and I did actually call on business to also ensure that it participates quite strongly in the next summit that we are going to have next year. And if we all work together, business bringing its strength and muscle through the various programs that they embark upon and their financial might, and with government being the overarching entity in our country, which is omnipresent, and civil society organizations that are spread right across our country, we will be able to make great progress as we address the challenges and the problems that our people face. So I have great confidence in the cooperation and the working together between civil society and government, as well as business. What we saw together, as the honorable member says, at that summit was something that as South Africans we can be proud of, where we dealt with problems honestly, openly, and directly, and were able to find each other, which ended up in the framework document that we signed. What now remains is the implementation, and the implementation is obviously going to address the issues of psychosocial support that our people need and must be given as we move on. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Mr. President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but you should be judging your police minister on preventing crime, not how many crime scenes he pitches up to with TV cameras. But some good news, Mr. President. Crime stats came out 2 weeks ago and show that murder is down by 43% in Mitchell's Plain, 16% in Kraaifontein, and it's down 14% in Khayelitsha and Harare. Even as it's gone up all around the country, it's come down on an average of 8.2% in areas where the DA governments reinforced policing at their own cost through the LEAP program. These governments have now demonstrated that local policing works better, and that when it's done at a local level, there is better knowledge about on-the-ground issues, and there's an ability to work far closer with civil society. Mr. President, the City of Cape Town has now formally applied for greater policing powers to build on this success. Given the clear evidence,
Honorable Member, time up. Before you had asked your question, unfortunately.
You can give me the same time you gave Mr. Meshman.
Thank you.
You gave Mr. Meshman 2 minutes.
Noted that. Thank you, but the point is you've exceeded your time. Now, the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note with pleasure and with being very impressed that the record that Honorable Steenhuisen is setting out is something that's evolving in those areas in Cape Town that he has mentioned. And that should be applauded. Any decline in criminality is something that we should all applaud. And obviously we should all want to see exactly what is behind it, how it is unfolding. Honorable Steenhuisen says that they've been doing this at their own cost. We need to look at that in a very positive way so that we can get some learnings out of it, all of us, and see what can be learned from that experience and the extent to which it is positive should be an experience that should be shared all around so that even our local government entities have greater focus on dealing with criminality. But more importantly, what I find most impressive is that he says that there's been greater working together with civil society at that level. And that we welcome that. That's precisely what we want to see, because it strengthens our argument for community policing for us, where members of the community get involved, working side by side with police in dealing with criminality. Because, as I often say, it is members of the community who know who the thieves are, who know who the rapists are, who know where those people who are either peddling drugs are peddling drugs from. And it is when we all work together and there's that level of confidence and trust that we will be able to deal with criminality. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mashabela.
Thanks, Speaker.
the outgoing president of the ANC, the recently released crime statistics show that the South African Police Service is unable to protect citizens from the high levels of crime. Each and every quarter for the past 2 years, there are over 10,000 reported cases of rape in this country, while there are over 6,000 cases of murder. Do you still have confidence in the ability of Mr. Bekicele to lead the country? To lead the country's crime-fighting plans? If you do, what specific attributes
You've gone beyond your time now, Honorable Member.
to show that he is able to lead the country's battle against crime?
Time up, Honorable Mashabela. Thank you. I thank you, Honorable Mashabela. The Honorable the President.
Yes, I do have confidence in the Minister of Police, in his ability to continue to lead our fight against criminality in the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable the President. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable S.A. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Government's role in combating gender-based violence and social ills have been wholly lacking and underwhelming, as promises to ensure one social worker per ward and a women's desk at municipal level, for example, has not materialized to the extent needed. I would therefore like to know whether the presidency or government has a plan to capacitate municipalities in conjunction with civil society to deliver on the above-mentioned needs of combating social ills. If so, please provide a detailed response and how government could facilitate and assist municipalities and civil society with such a collaboration. Thank you, Chairperson.
I thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, our intention clearly is to ensure that, one, we collaborate with civil society, we ensure that there is deep cooperation at all levels, at national level, at provincial level, as well as at local government level. And the Honorable Member is raising a very important issue about the municipality level, because that is where our people live. That is where everything takes place. And to the extent that we may not really have paid close attention, this is an opportunity that we all have to ensure that at municipal level, we are able to deepen and broaden the collaboration between civil society and government agencies. And Honorable Member refers to one ward, one social worker. We are not there yet because of budgetary constraints. That is the ideal situation. I see that more and more often as I go around the country, meeting our people at the local government level and hearing their problems and the challenges that they have, and knowing very well that if we had moved on to having a social worker per ward, we would be able to do a lot better. Some municipalities are doing quite a lot in that regard. They do have social workers that tend to the challenges and the problems that our people have at that local level. And that should be the case. And in a way, that should be the norm, that particularly being the type of society that we are, that has come out of a very fractured past, a past that was so difficult for many of our people because of what apartheid did to the majority of our people at various levels. We then need that societal involvement, the societal support, and it is an ideal that one would like to see being achieved. Budgetary constraints make it difficult. One often meets people who are qualified in social work who do not have employment, who have not been able to be drawn into government employment because of the budgetary constraints. And this is a matter that we are giving attention to, because through that we will be able to enhance that social cohesion and be able to address the challenges that our people have. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable the President. That brings us to the last question number 10, the last supplementary question. We now proceed to question number 11. And the number 11 has been asked by Honorable Zungula. The Honorable, I'm sorry, there's a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, you have omitted the IFP. It's the last one which must ask the supplementary question.
I am sorry. I'm sorry, Honorable Khatebe. The IFP did raise a question. Okay, all right. Okay, I understand. Thank you. We are now on question 11, and question 11 has been asked by the Honorable V. Zungula, the Honorable the President.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Point of order? Where are you?
Dilapa, ma'am.
Yes.
Uzungula. Thank you. Angozungula.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Now I don't like it when my surname is wrongly pronounced. Honorable Zungula. Okay, Honorable Zungula. The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I know that there's a great deal of interest in my answer to this question. And I'd like to say that without appearing like I do not want to answer questions, that I do not want to be accountable, I should say that, as I indicated before, and indicated it even in written replies to members of this House, and also indicated it in the debate on the presidency budget vote, as well as in statements on various public platforms. I stand ready to cooperate and also to give an explanation and to cooperate with any investigations on this matter. Now, investigations are ongoing by a variety of agencies. And I must say that the focus that the various agencies are putting on this matter demonstrates the importance of this matter and the way they are dealing with it. I have responded to the various questions that have been raised and will continue to respond to all questions that have been put to me by the relevant authorities. Now, in the course of what they are working on, the authorities have said it's best if they deal with all these attendant matters to this theft that occurred at the farm and be able to address every issue. And I've been counseled and advised that it is best to address this matter when those processes have been done. And I'd like to say, I stand ready, Honorable Speaker, to, as people have said, take the nation into its confidence, I stand ready to do so, to give an explanation. But for me, it's been important that this matter having occurred, that I should give space, stand back, and allow the various agencies to deal with this matter as thoroughly as I believe they are doing. Now, there are clearly individuals and organizations that seek some mileage out of this issue. And the most appropriate response from my side is for the law to take its own course. It is, for me, important that due process is followed, including the process that is going to unfold in Parliament. And I'd like to say, I stand ready to cooperate with that process as well, and will be ready to be fully accountable. So I stand here as Cyril Ramaphosa, not being unwilling to be accountable, want to be fully accountable. And I'm saying once again that I'd like, and it's important, and even those who are dealing with these matters have said it's important that we're given space and time to deal with all the aspects of this matter. And it is upon that process reaching whatever point of either conclusion that I will be able to speak out on this matter. And that is my submission. And I say this with the humility that I can place before this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, the Honorable the President. I thank you, the Honorable the President. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Zungula.
Speaker, the President has not answered. We can't accept his explanation about law enforcement agencies and everything that he has stated. The purpose of asking questions, and we in Parliament follow a process whereby the NA table approves those questions. It is because we want answers. Now, if the President does not want to answer, you must rule on that, Speaker. So I can't move on, Speaker, to asking a follow-up question without the answer being given. I'm not done, Speaker. I'm not done. My question has got two parts. If you're to listen to the so-called answer of the President, he's not covered anything that I've said. So, Speaker, I want to state to you, ask Lomhlekazi akaphinda aphendule, then I'll ask the follow-up question.
Follow-up, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Zungula, Honorable Member Zungula. If I may, just before you speak, Honorable Kwangwa, I see you have your hand, Honorable Chilisi.
And me.
And me, Honorable
Yes.
Malema. Honorable members, order. Will you please, may I have your attention? I just want to read a part on the nature of replies to questions. Members of the executive should use the opportunity provided by question time to provide the House with as much information as possible to assist members in exercising their oversight. However, honorable members, it is not possible for the chair to prescribe to the executive on how they should respond to questions from members. If a member is dissatisfied with a reply, there are processes available for them to obtain further information in line with their oversight responsibility. I hope that I've responded. I can only steer, but I cannot prescribe how questions should be responded to. Honorable Zungula. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The question is clear. The first part of the question is asking if the President is willing to engage the elected representatives of South Africa on this particular issue.
Okay. Hi, kanimeni kaloku. Order! Order!
Kabaxelele, Speaker,
Order.
bangawachazeli.
Honestly, don't get excitable. Order, just wait. Order. Honorable Zungula.
I'm concluding, Speaker.
You
the
stopped
President.
and I thought
No,
you
no, no, I
stopped.
did not speak. I did not
Okay,
stop. I was
continue.
waiting for them to keep quiet.
Okay, continue.
Then he did not answer that, Speaker. The second part of the question was, would he have handled the situation any different? He did not speak about that. He spoke about the law enforcement agencies, the very same law enforcement agencies he did not believe on, because if he believed in the same law enforcement agencies, he would have reported the matter to the police in 2020, but he did not do that. So what I'm saying, Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable.
Speaker, I'm concluding by saying, if a question is not answered, you can't say you are prescribing. We can't come here and ask a question which is very, very serious on the conduct of the President, and he waffles in terms of attempting to answer, and you are saying you are not going to prescribe. The bottom line is that the question is not answered.
Honorable members, if I may have your attention.
And not only that, Speaker, you spoke and we want to speak as well on this matter. We're not at the festival.
Yes, you may actually be, yes, you'll probably be better informed before you speak.
No, but you spoke.
No, Honorable Malema, you don't know what I'm going to say. Honorable members, sorry, you'll recall that there was a motion which was submitted by the ATM. Initially, when that motion was submitted, just before we left, we left Parliament in June, that motion was not in a proper format for it to be called a substantive motion, right? Then, subsequently to that, after writing back to Honorable Zungula has since written back to submit the same motion, but in a format which clearly meets the criteria of a substantive motion. That's number two. Now, having done that, the rules which you passed here in 2018, honorable members, right, if I may say this, indicate that once that has happened, right, you then put together a panel of 3 eminent people, preferably legal brains. Now, the speaker here has since responded to Honorable Zungula and has also invited political parties to submit names of those eminent people. I am expecting that tomorrow the office of Mr. Kaso, Thursday, will submit a list of 15 to the Honorable Speaker, so that then the Honorable Speaker can pick 3 names from those names, which 3 names then will be charged with the responsibility. That is, if people agree, because they are yet to be approached, then the 3 people will then go through the issues and will be given 30 days, and they will make a determination and submit a report suggesting whether in fact there is a case for the President to answer or not. I am
On a point of order, Speaker.
No, I'm just raising this.
On a point of order,
No. I'm just saying.
I'm raising a point of order, Speaker.
Ama, you are extremely out of order. I mean, we are
You are
patient
addressing
with
the
you.
Section 89
You are
process.
Yes.
We're not in
Actually,
the Section
you are
89
even
process.
answering.
We're
You
dealing
are
with
not
questions
just
and answers
answering.
to the president.
You are answering
And
for the
what you're asking
president.
for is that the president respects this house by answering questions.
But you are answering for the.
Honorable Zungula, if I've offended you, my apologies. However, all I was responding to is that part which says, when he said he's ready to cooperate with Parliament, that of course, now that there's going to be this section, this panel of 3, the president has no choice but to cooperate with that panel which you proposed and respond.
Speaker, you are out of order. Speak on a point of order.
Speaker is out of order.
Yes.
I will now allow for Squatcher. Honorable Squatcher had his hand up. Sorry. It's sorry. Sorry, Mcebisi, it was Kwangwa first, then yourself, and then Munyai. Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Mama.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me correct now. Ngukwangwa. Angokwangwa. Yes, Ngukwangwa.
Oh, Honorable Kwangwa.
Speaker, you see the problem here, the problem that we're facing, is that if we're going to have a situation where we have questions on the order paper, we go through the entire exercise of submitting our questions on time, the president and the executive authority is able to see these questions, and when we come here, a president can get away with not answering the question. It renders the entire exercise futile. It is a critical issue to law. The question mayingabi pha. And bazawuza abantu ndifuna uyibeka ngesintu bafike bazosithela ngesebe lenkawu apha sithi baphendule imibuzo bengayiphendulanga. Ayikwazi ukwenzeka. Honorable Zungula is indeed right in saying the question has not been answered. There has not been an attempt on the part of the president to respond to the question or to try to attempt to even give an answer. Ukuthi the law must take its course and whatnot does not address lento siyibuza apha simfuna iphendule ngoku. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwangwa. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members. Right. Honorable Zungula is unhappy with the manner in which the question has been answered. And following that, there are a few hands. Honorable Kwangwa has made his point. Honorable Squatcher, I am now giving you the floor, followed by Honorable Malema, and the last speaker on the matter will be Honorable Munyai. And I am deliberately doing this because I do not want an impression created that we do not want this issue to be responded to. Mcebisi? Honorable Mcebisi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm Honorable Squatcher, not Honorable Mcebisi.
Honorable Ngumbana Mcebisi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really want to say, Honorable Speaker, that after you had just read, I thought that would have a chance to proceed, because the difficulty listening to the response by the president and looking at the question, sitting here, the president has adequately answered the question. And he has even referred to him being accountable. And so this is why you are saying you will not be able to prescribe. But I really think that the president has adequately answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Squatcher. Honorable Malema, followed by Honorable Munyai. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, I must really ask you to withdraw and apologize for what you have done, because you were never asked to come and explain the other processes which you, on behalf of the president, just engaged in some long explanation that was unwarranted, which is a clear indication that from where you left with an intention to come and defend the president through the processes of Section 89. The president himself said, I can't answer this question. I've been advised not to answer because there are other processes that are unfolding. He can answer in all other processes except Parliament, where he must really account to. He says, so many questions came to me and I've answered those questions, but I'm not going to answer to you. He says he can answer everybody else but Parliament. And then someone stands up here like they did during Zuma's era, yes, answers sufficiently, singing for supper. It's not correct. The Constitutional Court versus EFF versus Speaker of Parliament on the Zuma matter, we were highly criticized for not holding the president accountable and not playing our role. The president comes here, when we try to play our role, the speaker is defending the members by talking about something else. So the president must answer the question today. He went to kidnap people, he engaged in money laundering, he intimidated women and kidnapped women in his farm, and we are told he must not answer. Please, the president must answer the question.
Thank you, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Before I allow you, Honorable Munyai, Honorable Khadebe raised his hand on a point of order.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 85. Honorable Malema has just said...
Speaker. Honorable Member,
Speaker.
Please, Asmamela.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
You didn't say you're not taking point of orders. What are you doing with this guy now?
Something which must come through a substantive motion.
You're going to open point of orders, yes, Speaker.
Honorable
that must be clear.
Honorable
point of orders have been closed.
Honorable the Speaker, I'll appreciate the Speaker to invoke Rule 92 and also Rule 142, such that if the member is aggrieved, they knows what to do so that the matter can go to in committees.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munyai. Honorable Shivambo, yes, and you are the last one on this matter.
Honorable Speaker,
otherwise, it will go on and on and on.
My hand is also up, Speaker. Thank you.
Africa,
yes.
And the rules of the National Assembly obliges the members of the executive to respond to questions. Your president is saying he can't respond to questions because there's investigations. The only time you cannot respond to questions is when the issue in terms of Rule 89 is still awaiting a judicial decision in a court of law. This issue is not sub judice. It is not before a court of law. We do not know whether there's investigations or not, but there's no permissibility, none whatsoever, for Mr. Ramaphosa not to respond to this question because the Constitution obliges him to respond to each and every detail that we have asked. There is no law that permits him to avoid this question. So he must respond to the question about what happened in Palapal. The Reserve Bank has just responded today to say that they've asked him question as to what is the origins of the dollars in Palapala, and he has still not yet responded to that as well. Why can't he be held accountable? Which law is he using to refuse accountability to this house? Who is he accountable to if he can't be accountable in this house? Because it is an obligation.
Order, honorable members, order,
even if there's
please.
A case number or an investigation, it does not give him the right not to respond to questions today. So he must respond to the questions that are asked. Now the main question and all the follow-up questions that are going to pertain to Palapala, there is no permissibility in terms of the law for Mr. Ramaphosa not to account of the millions of dollars that are stored in his mattresses, sofas, and pillows, and everywhere. So he must be able to respond here today, because that is his obligation. That is what he sought to when he said he wants to be president of this country. We want answers today, and it must happen today, now, here.
Thank you, Honorable
Shivambu. Honorable members, I think it's important for me to just clarify why I raised the issue. I wasn't saying the president should not respond to the issue, but I had taken note of what he said, and that is, he is ready to cooperate even with the process in Parliament. Now, my assumption then was that when that panel takes off, he will be able to answer the questions then. Of course, you are unhappy about that, so I am now allowing Honorable Kwahube to raise her hand.
Speaker.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Honorable member?
My hand was up before Honorable Kwahube.
Honorable Kaloku Sungula.
My hand was up before.
Baba, I noted you.
Thank you.
I noted, remember, you are the one who's raising this issue. So then there was an issue here from the members, and I will allow you definitely to be the last one on the matter. Is that agreed? Thank you. Honorable Kwahube, followed by Honorable Ntlangwini and Honorable Gungubel.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 140, which is questions to the President. It's quite important, Speaker, to note that subsection 2 says the questions must be submitted to the Speaker at least 16 days before the question day. So which means that the President and your office had these questions for 2 weeks before this matter was brought to the House. It's simply not good enough then, Speaker, for now the question to not be answered. If it was ill-suited, the question should have been removed from the question paper. Now we're sitting here and we're arguing back and forth about a matter that was now allowed to be on the question paper. The question must then thus be answered. Thank you.
I note your comments, Honorable Kwahube, and I now give the floor to Honorable Ntlangwini, but Honorable Ntlangwini is not here. They said Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mkalipi, they said.
Okay, no problem. Vele nguntlangwini because ubelonga ku-EFF. Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker, you must not do what your predecessor have done before. We have been fighting with her by protecting the former president. You are doing exactly that. We are saying to you, allow the president to take the nation into confidence on what happened to Palapal. It's not a choice. The president have an obligation to take us into confidence and the nation and the poor people who are swimming in poverty while he's sleeping on top of millions. So the president must answer now, today, and when a speaker, Sugen Dleleni, allow the president to answer. He is the president of this country. Thank you.
Honorable Mkalipi, kodwa ke tawuthi suke endleleni as long ungathi ndizakususa endleleni. Thank you very much, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Gungubele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think there's a risk of setting new convention. My understanding is that when questions are raised to the executive, what you are minimally entitled to is the response. 2, we don't have a memorandum here, like at school, where when we ask you a question, and there's a prescribed way how to answer it. 3, we've always said, if a question is of a particular nature, where it deals with a member in a particular way, a substantive, what we call, motions, needs to come to the table. This kind of a question falls in the general set of questions. It has been responded to. Response is the minimum word. You spoke and you got spoken back to. So that's how the president has responded. You got the response.
Can we call all down this rubbish that has just been said here? Can we call this rubbish to order, please? The rubbish that has been said, can you please call it to order? The word rubbish is allowed in Parliament, by the way.
The word rubbish is allowed in Parliament?
The word rubbish can be used, yes.
Whether you are speaking rubbish. Context, is it allowed?
No. Speaker.
Rosina, take your...
Asking, in what context, yes.
Speaker, you can't have what this...
Honorable Kungubele.
Person, member of Parliament.
Honorable Kungubele.
Mr. Kungubele. What he basically says, he says that even if you just open your mouth and say, hi, Bego, yes, you have responded. That is not a response in terms of the obligations of the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly. That is just taking us for granted. If we allow this to pass, it means that all the time we ask questions. We're going to have these members of the executive saying that I'm still thinking about it. I'm still going to apply my mind on it. I'm going to respond to other authorities other than Parliament. When the obligation is very clear that this institution must receive honest and frank responses from members of the executive. And that is what Mr. Ramaphosa must be doing. He had this question for more than 16 days. He knew that this question is going to be asked today. We want honest responses as to just what happened in Palapala. What is the source of the money? What happened? Why was the SAPS involved in enforcement of law in a case that was never opened in any police station? Those responses must be given today here. And you can't say it is not our responsibility as members of Parliament to demand such responses. It is our obligation. We have to hold the executive accountable. The constitution of this country was drafted with that in mind, that you must not have those who are responsible for resource allocation at the executive level do things as and when they wish without accounting anyway. If you allow Mr. Ramaphosa to get away with this and not account to Parliament, you must know that you are destroying the foundation of constitutional democracy. You are destroying the rule of law in South Africa, and that must not be permitted. We will not allow a destruction of rule of law because it is going to lead us to very dangerous territories, and we can never permit that to happen.
You've made
Mr.
your
Ramaphosa
point.
must respond to questions today. We must ignore the rubbish that was said by Mr. Gugubele today.
Okay, all right. Honorable members.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Member, you
Speaker,
have
I'm going to be...
Honorable member, I want to request that we don't make long speeches.
Yes, please. I want to be very...
Please, Imagaloku, Honorable Malema, please. At the end of this, I am trying to find a solution because my impression was that, wait, Sisi, you are going to get your 10. I said, oh, wait, don't put me under pressure. No, please. Now you can take the floor. You know what? Can I say something to all of you? When you are chairing, when you are presiding, and when you are trying to navigate Parliament and wanting people to find one another, no matter how much we differ, right? For the benefit of South Africans, once you put me under this kind of pressure, it's bad. It's bad for all of us. You do not want me to make wrong rulings on the basis of pressure which is being put on me. I will give you an opportunity to speak in the same way that I've given the others an opportunity to speak, but I should not be harassed into allowing people to speak. Thank you very much. Honorable Kubai, you have a floor. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Firstly, let me start with the issue that we agree with honorable members, that members of the executive, starting from the president, we must remain accountable to Parliament. And I think from Cabinet, we continue to do that. As a member of the ANC, that's what we stand for and what we have agreed to, supporting for the foundation of this constitution. So we agree with that, Madam Speaker, as a principle. The second issue that we must also address is the issue of the motion that we have mentioned. precedents dictate that once a substantive motion is put against a member on a matter, allow me to finish.
Honourable members, order. Allow them to speak.
We've allowed them to speak. Once a substantive motion has been put against a member, that member has to be allowed that space to respond to the substantive motion. I think the issue here, which we are grappling with, all of us, is that we've got a question before us. And those others would say, why did the question come if it was not going to be answered and there's a substantive motion? And it could have been oversight across, even including parties themselves, including ours. No. It could have been, because
honourable members.
Once you have that, then you allow for a substantive motion to be processed, to be allowed to be dealt with. Now, Madam Speaker, the President says, I'm prepared to account. He has not said I don't want to account. I'm prepared to account. And what he is stating here is that I've got difficulties that I hear, that you have asked me, I am going to appear before your committee as Parliament. I'm going to appear before others. In the process of me answering today, I might have difficulties of not exploding, because we shouldn't treat matters. This is also potential of, if it involves law enforcement, it's criminal. So we've got
on a point of order, Speaker.
How do we, as members of
on a point of order, Speaker.
Honourable members,
I don't think
on a point of order, Speaker.
So that people can hear you.
You've allowed yourself to speak. So, Madam Speaker, I think all we need to do, all of us, perhaps one proposal, is that political party chief whips as well, together with yourself, review, look at this matter, perhaps to allow you to say within the rules, within the precedents, what could be done in order to manage this thing. Because I do think it does put a condition for all of us while allowing for accountability.
Thank you very much. Now, honourable members, you've had...
Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Malema, did you have your hand up, by the way?
Yes, you said so. Speaker.
Okay. Yes.
I'm making...
You spoke.
No. You have recognized me. Leave those ones who are making noise.
Okay.
Speaker, once the new chief whip of the DA stood up and spoke, that's where the matter should have ended. Because a matter was submitted to the questions table, a matter was scrutinized, and the matter was approved. And if we're to ask Honorable Zungula, for sure the matter is not even the way he drafted it initially. They said, no, remove this, let's put it this way. It has satisfied the procedures and the requirements of Parliament. It's enough. So this one who was heading the ad hoc committee to Nkandla can't come here and want to tell us about some non-existing explanation. Yes, misled us before this one and said there was a fire pool in Nkandla when there was no fire pool in Nkandla. So the Constitution says only when matters are sub judice, we cannot answer to them. They've met the requirement. If the President had a problem, he would have written to you and said, the question you are asking me has got a problem legally 1, 2, 3, 4. Honorable Zungula, ATM has met the requirement. And therefore, there is no need for any chief whip to go outside with you to do anything. The President must answer the question legally, constitutionally. There is nothing stopping him. That's why this Minister of Fire Pool did not quote any law that stops the President from answering the question, because she knows, apart from singing for supper, there is nothing that stops the President from answering these questions. That's a desperation of wanting to be a deputy president. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Honorable Singh, followed by Honorable Papo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the President started his response, he said there's a great deal of interest in this matter. And I think the number of interventions we have just is proof enough that yes, there's a great deal of interest in the matter. He also said that he's ready to cooperate with any agency on this matter. Now, Honorable Speaker, we are the people of the Parliament, not just any agency. And I believe that the impression that the Honorable President created, that he will not answer the question, must be withdrawn by him. Because in whatever way he provides an answer, we as the Parliament of the people would require an answer from the Honourable President to the questions that have been put. And I think it's not for us to dictate to him what form the answer should take, but we need an answer. And not an impression that I'm not going to answer to you because I'm going to answer to somebody else in the future. So we humbly request the Honourable President and you, Honourable Speaker, to give the President an opportunity to provide the answers to the nation to the extent that he can today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Honorable Kwangwan, dikunikile ixesha sukundi harass. Don't harass me into allowing you to speak. Yini? I've just raised the issue now. Now, honorable members, I've taken note. Honorable Swartz? Yes, Honorable Swartz.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the challenge.
Sorry, Honorable Swartz, let me allow Honorable Papo. Sorry, I did recognize him earlier on. Honorable Papo, you have the floor.
I think you actually outlined the process. The question, if it was unfortunately selected, and the President says that he will be answering to the panel which is going to be appointed by the very National Assembly, I think it has an answer. I don't understand if people are saying...
Order, honorable members.
Don't worry about them. I think that, no, I'm speaking.
No, I'm saying wait. Order. Order, honorable members. I've given you opportunity to speak and be listened to. Allow Honorable Papo to express his views in the same way that you have expressed your views.
I don't agree with what they said, but I didn't say that they are wrong. Those are views. I think at some point you need to make a ruling. There was the response given. That response said, in Parliament, I will respond to questions to the panel you are going to respond. You are going to form. If members do not like the response, there are procedures if you don't like a question and the response from a question. The law says that you then force a question in the plenary. If you do that, it will be against the very rules which you are actually talking. There is no member who can be forced to answer a question the way other members want. The President said there's a law enforcement agencies. There's a panel which member Zungula has himself has requested through a substantive motion. We are faced with a substantive motion in the House. That substantive motion is going to be responded to by you this week setting up an independent panel. The President will be required, and that panel is a panel of the National Assembly. It's not a panel of another body. And an attempt to try and embarrass the President or do will not work. You are not forced by the rules to force a President or a Minister to answer a question the way some members want it to be answered. I don't know how you're going to do it. Because we've had instances in the House where a Minister will answer a question the way they understand the question. So to whatever story, member Malema taking pot shots at our members and so on, it will not actually help. Because you are not going to force the President to answer a question because in a manner, they want it to be answered.
Thank you.
And then we are then subjected to threats. We are then subjected to threats by members of Vambo. That's why I asked him, if it does not happen, so what? Speaker.
Madam Speaker. That's why you are not elected.
Thank you. Intimidated by you or Malema, you know.
Honorable order.
Hope is a hopeless character, man. Don't just call my name when I
Speaker.
Honorable members.
Don't call my that hope must not just call my name the way he likes.
Tough luck.
That's why you're not elected in Gauteng. It's because of this bomb popish.
And you see the Speaker, Malema is making personal attacks on us.
Thank you.
Malema is making
Sit down.
attacks on us on the platform.
On a point of order, honorable for you.
There's no personal
Honorable
attack.
for
You are
you.
not elected because you're a fool.
No.
That's why you're not elected. You're a stupid.
Malema, don't insult others. Don't do that.
No, you are not elected. It's a fact. I'm not insulting you. You are not
Malema is
elected.
attacking us on the platform.
That's why you are not elected.
Malema, you are out of order. And you too.
Madam Speaker.
You are out of order.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Behave like honorable members, behave.
Oh.
Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I raised the issue that Malema is remember Malema is attacking us on the platform.
Hope you are hopeless, man. You are a hopeless
He's
idiot.
attacking us personally on the platform.
I've heard you. Thank you. I've heard you.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable.
What did Malema say in attacking hopeless? What did I say in attacking hopeless?
Honorable
What is an
members.
insult I said
Honorable
against
members.
hopeless?
Honorable members. Honorable Imani Kaloku. I hope Yima Kaloku. Yima. Wait. Honorable member, I don't expect that from you. Please. I don't want you to do that when I'm talking to you. I'm addressing you. Honorable members. Honorable members. And this will No, I
Speaker,
won't.
Hope. Speaker,
Allow-
Hope is also a coward. He won't do anything. He's
Honorable
a useless
members.
coward.
Madam
Won't do
Speaker.
anything. He
members.
can try to get angry.
This
pretending.
kind
Yeah, and we're
A
not
coward
scared
there in
of hope.
Parliament and outside
of-
You
Parliament.
must know we're not scared
Won't
of
do
hope.
anything.
We're not scared of
antagonistic
won't do
and
anything. Well.
exciting engagement is not going to help us to solve the problem. The issue I have raised here, honorable members, order. Order. Order, man. Chabalal, honorable members, order. Honorable Kwakwa, hlisa isandla, order. You see, the problem is that now we are behaving like young people. As in children, as in children, as in children. No.
Order, Speaker.
My apologies, as in children.
Order, Speaker.
Yima wena, yima. I said you'll have the last word.
I want to raise a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable
Boy,
members. Honorable members. I allowed people to raise this matter. I can change. It's okay if you take over. You win the election first. Now, the point I allowed for this discussion to go on and on, right? And you may ask yourselves, because of the manner in which Mr. Zungula raised the matter, and I allowed it. I allowed you to speak. Now, I did not allow you to speak because I have no appreciation of the rules or I am crazy. I allowed people to speak so that even as I am sitting here, I read to you, for instance, one of the rules, which is that sitting here as a presiding officer, you cannot, right, force a member of the executive to respond to your question in the manner in which you want or you expect. However, you can only sit here and steer the ship so that we get to a point where there's convergence of views. Now, honorable members, I am sure the president is listening. He is listening. Well, he's on the system. Honorable Swartz, I did acknowledge you. Thank you.
No, Speaker.
General.
May I
Thank
just
you.
say what you've just indicated is the correct approach. But you have got a question on the order paper that has been correctly put on the order paper that has not been answered. And that is the crux of the issue. The President, on legal advice, has said, I am ready to answer, I stand ready to answer all questions, but has not. He has not answered the question. He's given a response, but he has not. So, Speaker, the correct ruling would be to rule, President, answer the question. Not give a response to say, I can't answer the question because I've got legal advice to do so. And if the President says he will account to investigative authorities rather than Parliament, that is a very dismal state of affairs. So I would implore the President, he says, I stand ready to answer all the questions. That is now, that he would use his discretion and answer to Parliament right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Khadebe.
Aibo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, General. You had raised your hand and I recognized you.
Honorable Speaker.
I'm sorry.
So not to worry.
Honorable members, allow the Speaker to speak.
Honorable Speaker, mine will be very, very brief, but it's directed to the President. My President, I thought at least you would say, notwithstanding the current investigation on Phala, I, Madamela Ramaphosa, can assure this country and this Parliament that I have not broken any law. I close my case. That's what we expect from you, at least for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, General. Yes, yes. Thank you, General. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm still rising on Rule 92.12. You made a ruling initially here that you cannot prescribe how the member of the executive should answer the question. And then number two is that, again, we cannot come and change the rules here in the House. They know very well, the members of the opposition, that if they are aggrieved, there are certain processes which must be followed. You have made your ruling. I think that you must stick to that ruling. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mama, umhlekazi udale thetha. Singathethi thina ndithethe kanye mna okuqalele Parliament. And that's a problem. And Mama, I provided a solution to this problem.
Oh God. Yes, now you may proceed.
No, we mustn't conflate two unrelated issues. All the mechanisms that we're using here are mechanisms that this Parliament has designed in order to hold the executive to account. The Section 89 process must go its own route and will deal with the President when he comes before that process. But this is a question and answer session through which we also hold the executive to account. And the President is here to answer questions, and the question is here on the paper, order paper. I did say right at the beginning that it has been put properly and it must be responded to. And all that needs to happen now, Speaker, instead of us allowing running commentary on this issue, put the question to the President and say, you said you are not willing to answer or not going to answer. You have to provide a response. Saying I'm not going to answer is not an answer. I mean, it's ludicrous to accept that as an explanation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwagwa. Now, Honorable, okay, I've got a list here now. I know I've noted that. You're not an officer here. Okay. Now, Honorable Tasa, followed by Honorable Shivambu and Honorable Munyai. And Honorable Sheikh Imam, I'm sorry I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry.
Thanks,
Honorable Shabalala. And that will be the last speaker, and I rule on the matter.
Speaker.
Wemman, you are the last one to speak. This is your issue we are dealing with.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I suspect that when we say the President or whoever who is a member of the executive must account, we might not have a similar understanding of what it means when we say an executive must account. I think that's the biggest problem. Number two, I am sure you are correct, or other members are correct, when they say the president is listening as we speak. Continuing to allow all of us here to speak, I don't think it helps anybody. We should actually allow the president to respond. We should allow the president to respond. I'm sure he was listening carefully as members were speaking. And I don't think we must try to say, this is what you must say, this is what you must not say. I think let's allow the president to respond. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kasa. Now, here is my list. Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Munyai, Honorable Sheikh Imam, and Honorable Zungula. And the matter is closed. Honorable Chabalala, skis.
Now, Speaker.
I did not see Ndlozi's hand. No one even drew my attention to his name on the screen. Yes, continue.
Speaker.
There is no hand, Honorable Ndlozi, on the screen. Continue.
Speaker, there is nowhere in the rules of the National Assembly where it says that because you are going to appear in a different platform, you cannot answer in this platform that you are in now. As a matter of fact, as a minister or a member of the executive, you can be asked a question in a committee, you respond. You go to a mini plenary, you must respond again. You go to the main plenary, you must respond again. You are called to a Section 89 committee, you respond again. And if you are not a crook, the responses will always be consistent. If you ask me what is the color of this jacket I'm wearing, it's red today. I can't say I'm going to answer next week Tuesday. Unless if I'm a crook, then I'm still trying to figure out what am I going to put up together and create a story. If the president, these are factual issues that are being asked here. If he has got factual grounding on what exactly transpired, why can't he give the answer now? Yeah, he has responded, he has not answered. He has responded, but he has not given the answers as to just what happened. If he is it's a person of principle who upholds the constitution of this country and is a truthful person, he can respond today, and even in Section 89, he can respond the same response. There's nothing which is going to implicate him yet. It's not even awaiting a judicial decision yet. He is not yet arrested. He's going to get there very soon. He's not yet arrested. He has not yet been charged. And there's an obligation. It's not a choice. It's not a choice. It's not according to his will whether he wants to respond today or tomorrow. It is an obligation that he must answer today to the question which was properly tabled here for this question session. He has been aware that he's coming to respond to this question today and give proper, adequate answers. He has been avoiding all these institutions. He delayed with the public protector. He's delaying with the South African Reserve Bank. But here we can't allow that as Parliament, that he must run away without giving us the appropriate answers as is required. There is no law that says because you are going to appear in the next platform, you can't respond or give an answer in this particular platform. He's obliged to respond and answer today. Let him do so today. We want the answers today.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable Munyai.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. One, I rose before earlier and requested that the Speaker, an appeal that the Speaker must invoke Rule 92, subsection 12A, which indicate that when you have made a ruling, like the Speaker did, and clarified it before this House, I believe that the Speaker should stick to the ruling she has made, as per Rule 92.12, and also Rule 142. If a member is not satisfied with the question, they know they need to how they need to follow through on that matter. So therefore, the Speaker appeal again for the second time that at least Rule 92, subsection 12A need to be invoked so that you should stick to a ruling, Honorable the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Munyai. Thank you. Honorable Matumba, I will not allow you to speak because I've already given an opportunity to the Chief Whip. Now,
sorry.
I said after Munyai, that it? Sheikh Imam?
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, Sheikh Imam. I thought
Yes.
I was next.
No. I was still addressing a matter. There's a name which has just come in, which is that Honorable Matumba. I was just saying I won't give you an opportunity because your Chief Whip has just spoken on the matter now. I'm trying to shorten this process. Honorable Sheikh Imam, followed by Honorable Zungula, then Chabalala. Chabalala, you'll be the last one on this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I think there is two issues here. The first issue is the question is on the order paper. And the purpose of putting a question and approving a question to be on the order paper to solicit a response from the President. So I think we should take that out of the way. The President has to respond because there is a question on the order paper. Now, your office had actually approved this question, so that's the first thing. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is this, that whether we will be satisfied with the response of the President or not. Now, that's another issue altogether. So I think the President should respond. He must respond. He doesn't have an option because the question is on the order paper. Everybody is equal in terms of the law. The second thing is this: if the response that the President gives is not good enough in terms of what we are asking him, based on the fact that he believes it might interfere with the actual investigation that is going, then that's a matter we could deal with at another stage. But I think for the purposes of going forward, President must respond as adequately as possible without putting himself in a difficult position so that we could go forward with this matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, Honorable Zungula, followed by...
Speaker,
Yes.
I think let me start by saying you are not fair, you are not objective, and if there's any breakdown in the decorum of the House, that is a reflection of you being a speaker. You stated when Honorable Shivambu was speaking that he must not make a speech. Few minutes later, Honorable Papo speaks and he makes a speech for more than 20 minutes. You allow him to speak. Honorable Khatebe spoke, and after he spoke, you allowed Honorable Monyai to speak after him. The Honorable Matumba just rose.
Honorable Zungula, please make your point on
that
what
is the
we're
point I'm making.
discussing.
That is the point I'm making, that you are not fair. Because
Okay.
you allowed the honorable members from the ANC to speak one after the other. Honorable Matumba, when he's raising on a point of order, you do not want him to speak. So that is what I'm raising, that you are not fair. And the reason why there's always a breakdown in the decorum of the House, it is because you are failing to apply your duties objectively and fairly. If you were exercising your role as a speaker fairly, the President would have been forced to answer, because in his own statement, he did not answer. It is not us that is saying he did not answer. It is his own words that is saying he will not answer. So what I'm raising to you, Speaker, is that number one, in his own words, the President said he will not answer. Number two, do not conflate the issues of the Section 89 process with this process. These are two separate processes. Number three, Rule 89 does not block the President from answering. He's not given any valid legal or constitutional reason for him not to account to Parliament. And the other issue is that Rule 140 of Parliament was followed to the T. So what we're appealing to you, Speaker, please be fair and please use your responsibility as Speaker, not because you are loyal to your party. You must not be loyal to your party here. You are elected as a Speaker of Parliament, and we demand that the President answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula. Honorable, I've heard you've made your point, but actually, if you've noted, as I was allowing people to speak, it is true that there would be times when I would say, but you've been speaking for a long time. I've actually not timed people here. During this particular discussion, I've not timed people because at the point when I want to make a ruling, I want people to be satisfied that they've had an opportunity to express themselves. It's not just the ANC people. I've also allowed people from either side to speak so that they make their point, so that when I rule, I'm informed by your wise counsel here. So if it's a pity that it goes to that extent. If you're questioning my integrity because of that, then that's another matter.
Speaker, I need to correct something. I'm not questioning your integrity.
Okay.
The only thing I'm saying is that apply the same rules for everyone. If you are going to stop Honorable Shivambu saying he must not make a speech, the same thing must happen to Honorable Papo. Do not make one rules for the opposition and other rules for the majority party.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm seeking your protection.
No,
I'm seeking your protection, Speaker.
From?
Honorable Hope, who got 24 votes at the conference of the ANC in Gauteng, said I insulted them. I don't know. He's casting aspersion on me that I'm insulting them and I'm saying things that are unparliamentary, which I've never said. So you ought to call him to order. To say to him,
can we deal with
you
one
got 24
thing at a
votes,
time,
it can't be
please?
insult.
Can we deal with one matter at a time?
Yeah, but protect me from that charlatan.
Mara, shut up.
No, you see. Oh, yes, it has not been noted, Speaker. Why is he standing?
Honorable
Member Malema just called him out.
Honorable Member,
Who gave him a right to speak, you see? He's abusing us. Kick him out.
Malema has just called me a
Kick him
charlatan.
out.
What?
Can you kick out 24 now?
Member Malema called me a charlatan.
Okay, sit down. He'll withdraw.
And he must
down.
know I don't fear the EFF.
Speaker.
I don't fear the EFF.
Honorable.
You're scared.
I don't fear.
That's why you got 24 votes, Domkop. You got 24 votes. Is this attitude?
Honorable members, I had said, Honorable.
Mara Malema, you are out of order. There's no Domkop here.
Honorable Papo, please. No, don't do that. Honorable. You could like when you know consistency, but you've not said it.
Speaker, there is a matter of 24 votes, a factual matter of 24 votes.
Followed by Honorable Jacobs, because I had left his name out.
What about Matumba?
He had his name.
But on a point of order, Speaker.
I left it out. I'm really sorry. I need to explain this. I see that people are very unhappy. Johnson, Honorable Member, had his name ages ago, and I left it out. I'm sorry. Honorable Chabalala?
But Speaker, Hope must know he's a coward. He's scared of us.
Speaker.
That one he must know.
No.
Whenever he's sitting in his house.
I'll rule on the matter.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members.
Speaker.
Honorable member.
Member Malema also lied about our conference.
No, please sit down, men. Sit down. Honorable Papo, take your seat. Honorable Papo.
Order, Speaker.
I said I will rule on this. Honorable Papo.
24.
No.
He's drunk. Papa must leave alcohol. He's drunk. That's his problem.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chabalala.
Hopeless idiot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Honorable
Speaker. No. I'm gonna
Objection, Speaker.
What is the issue?
Member Nkosi just called me an idiot. Member Malema called me a charlatan. I'm not going to leave it.
Is your name hopeless? Is your name hopeless?
Come for our own conference.
Is your name hopeless, Wena? Are you not proving the very fact of hopeless idiot? Are you hopeless, Wena?
I don't fear all of them.
What was the number, Dan, if it was not 24? Give us the correct number.
You got 24.
Point of
you
order,
got 24. Give us the correct number. What was the correct number, Hope?
Honorable Speaker.
When Hope speaks, Honorable Speaker, doesn't speak through you, and you don't stop Hope. Speaker, why is Hope not being kicked out?
Honorable Malema is not speaking
Honorable members.
Votes.
I am dealing with the matter because in the first instance, no, honorable members, no.
Please deal with the matter of a hopeless idiot, Speaker.
There's an issue which he has raised, and he's been pushing that I should raise it, and I said he should wait until we finish this matter, and then I handle the issue. And Chabalala, followed by
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say to you, I think you are doing very well. I think you are doing very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on Rule 140. Rule 140 on 4, Section 4, where it reads, the total time allocated for replies to questions and associated supplementary questions under this rule is limited to a maximum of 3 hours. That's number 1. Secondly, to say 5, where the party sequence in which questions are put to the President, according to Rule 137.9, is interrupted at the end of the question session. The next question session to the President starts from the point where the sequence was so interrupted. Now, the reason I'm rising around that one, Speaker, is to draw your attention around that so that when you look into the proceedings, you are able to allow the proceedings to the latter, and you are able to also apply your mind to that Section 4 on the number and the time allocated to questions for the President to reply accordingly. From where we are seated, the President replied to the question. What was needed was to get supplementary questions. When members and the member who asked the question doesn't want to do a supplementary question, Speaker, I really draw your attention to Rule 4 and 5 of 140 that it be invoked, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Very much, Honorable Chabalala. I've noted what you are saying. However, this discussion started at a time when, in fact, we even have one last question. President started answering questions at about 3 hours ago at 2. And we are now... Leader of opposition, we now go to Honorable, yes. Yes, Lindy, I've noted you.
Madam Speaker, you
Yes.
attempted to allow the President to make a statement to the House at 2 p.m. Questions to the President started 55 minutes after that.
Okay, Honorable, thank you very much. Honorable Zulu, you are now the very last speaker on this matter.
Oh, Honorable.
The floor.
But Speaker.
I've given you the floor.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Zulu, you have the floor. Honorable members, will you please listen to her?
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
I rise again yet with a request, Honorable Speaker, that can we please find each other? If there is a feeling that the President did not answer,
Please allow Honorable Zulu to speak. Yes, continue. We are listening.
Speaker, ngicela ukuthi abantu bangangikhulumeli ngoba ngiziphakamisela isandla, ngizithobile, ngihleli la. Ngicela abantu bangangikhulumeli ngoba ngiyakwazi ukuzikhulumela. First and foremost, Chairperson, I rise again on the same rule of the decorum of the House. And also to indicate yet again, Honorable Speaker, that maybe when we are there, you cannot hear what is being said between the members here. Some of the statements that are being made, Honorable Speaker, are very painful to take. And they are painful to take to a point that Honorable Papo began to respond. He began to respond in the manner in which he did. Unfortunately, you are there, you cannot hear some of the things that are coming across. No.
Order, honorable members, order.
The fact of the matter, Speaker, is that
honorable members, Minister Zulu was sitting there listening when you were speaking, all of you. Now I don't understand why you are preventing her from speaking. Can you please allow the matter, Yaka, Honorable Papo, to be attended to later? We deal with it as the last matter. Please, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
To be held at ransom by 24 votes is not fair.
Honorable Ndlozi, please, man. Honorable Ndlozi, please, don't do that. Don't do that. Continue, Honorable Zulu.
Honorable Speaker, it is a request.
Honorable Speaker, haggling is allowed in Parliament.
And Honorable Speaker, I sincerely am raising this issue again on the basis fact. And when I say I'm a living example, I really speak from the bottom of my heart. It really cannot continue in the manner in which we are behaving and doing things in the House. But also, Honorable Speaker, we are the ones that adopted the rules that we are now referring to in the House. Honorable Shabalala went back to the rule 142. And it is also not acceptable that when the time for questions begins and the President is supposed to respond, or any other member of the executive, the time that is allocated must be the time that is allocated. And so when it so happens that in between there are disruptions, I just think it is utterly and completely unfair for all of us to sit through a process that should have ended a long time ago. Respectfully, the rules are indicated and we all accepted the rules. Honorable Speaker, it is a request because the more we sit in the House and the more we get agitated, the more we are just a reflection of people who actually are not here to represent the people that brought us here. So let us not abuse the fact that we are honorable members in the House.
But Speaker, who is she talking about now, Lindy?
So I thank Honorable Dlamini.
Speaker, no.
I think this is
thing of being blackmailed about bottom of the heart must come to an end. What is she talking about?
Who is Lindy? Continue.
Shut up.
The fact of the matter, Chairperson, is that we can be called all kinds of names and we will take the punch. But the bottom line is that it's a request. Can we at least have order in the House so that we can finish the work that we came here for. That's the request I'm making.
Honorable Zulu, actually, I would have thought that one of the things you'd raise is that actually, right at the beginning, the president did indicate that he has an emergency. So at some point, when that there is a wife who's undergoing a procedure, but I allowed nonetheless for people to speak.
Proposal, Speaker.
Proposal, thank you. What is the proposal, honorable members?
Thanks, Speaker.
It's a proposal now, ne? So you'll go straight to the proposal.
The proposal is that we've exceeded the 3 hours, so both section 140 and 140.
Far more, actually.
Yeah, it
yes.
says we've gone beyond that in terms of the rules. So I would propose that that meeting which you were supposed to have with the whips to constitute parliament when all members are available and attending. Okay. Can we bring that meeting closer and then we program the question session of the president to be next week, Wednesday or Thursday? His next scheduled appearance is 29th of September.
Yes.
We can bring it closer because this one was interrupted now before it could conclude. So that we deal with this issue because this issue cannot be postponed. We can't wait until the 29th of September. So let us deal with those issues of the proper parliament constitution and then we call him next week so that he is able to respond particularly to the question which he has been refusing to respond to now. That is the proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Dlakude. Fortunately, these are chief whips who are speaking now. I see you also have your hand up and we will still have the meeting which we've agreed we will have, isn't it? So Dlakude, followed by Kwahube and then Honorable Kwahube and Honorable Singh. These are chief whips, the ones who would have sat in that meeting. Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to speak in this House. Because today
Can we take 1 minute each?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I want to bring all of us to the rules of the House because we cannot change that. These are the rules that we adopted. I want to concur with Honorable Judith Chabalala when she said, she quoted Rule 142. I'm going to Rule 143, which says that unanswered questions for oral reply, replies to questions for oral reply which have not been reached at the end of the time allocated on a question day must be submitted in writing to the Speaker on the same day for appropriate distribution and inclusion in the official report of debates of the National Assembly. So I want us to go to this rule, Honorable Speaker. The real reason we adopted the rules was to guide the proceedings of the House. So we cannot move away from these rules. So I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Dlakude, Honorable Kwahube.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would implore you, Speaker, for the progression of the session that you please make a ruling on this matter.
On the what?
You make a ruling
Yes.
on this matter for the progression of the session.
Yes.
The reality is that the question has been put now to the President. He has not responded, but now the question has been put to him. We can't adjourn a session, a question and answer session, in the middle of a question. So my plea with you, please can you make a ruling so that the President can continue answering this question and then at which point we could adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwahube. Honorable Singh.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to refer to any rule, but I just want to say good sense must prevail at this moment. We are sitting here for over 4 hours, 4.5 hours, and we can be here until midnight. I think the proposal, the reasonable proposal by the Chief Whip of the EFF requires support. We've got, the President said that these are matters, and I'm quoting, with a great deal of interest. Now, we haven't concluded on the matter. Let us meet as chief whips, talk about it sensibly so that we can have these two questions answered whenever we set it down to be answered. I think that would be most appropriate. Otherwise, whatever you do, Honorable Speaker, this House is going to be in a state of chaos until we get some kind of answers from the Honorable President. I think the nation and this, deserves the answers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Swart.
Speaker, I am very mindful of the President indicating that his wife was having a procedure and that we need to also accommodate him in that regard. For that reason, I would like to support the Honorable Shivambu's suggestion that the question is held over to a session where he might get better legal advice to answer the question. And so I would support the Honorable Shivambu's suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Kwangwa.
Uyichanile Honorable Shivambu mama makaphinda abuye uPresident. Sizothetha naye sigqibile kule vexayo. Thank you very much. Yes to accountability.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwangwa. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Speaker.
These are now the whips of the chief whips of the parties.
In support of Honorable Shibambu, I also want to add that he must come in person. He must not do it virtually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, I suggest that we have, on this part, we have now reached the end on this matter. There have been proposals made by parties. One of the proposals made is that there is a need for us to have another question session rather than the question session which is coming in September. I think towards the end of September. I'm not sure, 29th. And that we rather bring it earlier. And this is, I don't know about 24 hours, I didn't hear that. But what I do know is that there's a proposal that we bring these questions earlier, right? And in addition, Honorable Swart says, it will also provide for the President to have even more time to prepare and sift what it is that he will present to that session. Lastly, honorable members, on the same matter, is that meanwhile, I do want to keep on reminding you about this. Honorable Zungula, and without mixing things, I want you to keep it at the back of your mind that the motion that we are going to be embarking upon now, starting from Thursday, Friday, through that panel, is a motion that has been moved by yourself. I am not suggesting in any way that because of that, because you made it clear from the beginning, that the fact that there's a panel should not replace the questions raised with the President. I've understood that. Now, the issue is the chief whips were supposed to meet, and I would still encourage that the chief whips should meet and finalize this matter, because there's also something called the programming whip, who is part of that panel, and the programming whip will then bring, I hope she's here, will then bring to the programming committee a proposal on the date for that interaction. And I think, in my view, I think I've captured what you have raised. Yes, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to know in terms of what rule you'll be making this decision. Because 1431 sets out a very specific procedure that must be followed if the question is to proceed. And that said, it gets submitted for written review. And so I urge my opposition to be very careful about what you're going to do, because we're going to let the President out of the trap today, It'll end up with a written question that he could very well not answer. And I can tell you right now, the next thing this time this question is submitted for the order paper, they're not going to let it through the goalie again soon. So be careful what you wish for. There's no provision for 1431.
It's going to take a lot of chance.
The question was put to
Will you please mute the system? Yes.
The question was put to the president.
Yes.
The president responded, and I'll do that in inverted commas, and therefore we started moving into the supplementary question.
Yes.
So you can't stop a question midstream. Now, I'm happy to concede that the last question on the order paper falls away.
Yes.
But you don't have a provision in 1431 or any of the rules to be able to, and you can go on about time, but we started an hour late before the president started. And be careful of the precedent here, because what you could provide is for a president who filibusters his responses and just kicks for touch for time, and you end up getting through one or two questions. So I think that if we're going to do these things, we must do them fairly and in terms of the rules. 1431 does not give provision for us to stop the question session and move on. We can not go to the next question, no problem, but this question is live, and those who prepared follow-up responses, myself included, must have our rights protected by the Speaker as well to put them.
Thank you, honourable members.
Speaker.
Honourable members, will you please lower your hands for now? May I propose an adjournment for 2 minutes to allow me? Suspension, not adjournment. Suspension so that I can consult with the team here. Thank you very much.
So that we can vote. We can vote for Shivambu's motion.
The House there adjourning for a few minutes. I certainly
million rand. The IEC has faced non-compliance with two political parties reaching the
of the House. And I think it's something which I need to emphasize. I've also allowed, deliberately so, all parties that wish to speak to do so. And I do not regret this. I've now considered all the issues raised and have made the following determination. 1, in terms of the rules of the programming of business, it is a function of the programming committee. The manner in which the outstanding questions are dealt with will be for the programming committee to decide after consultation in the Chiefs Whip Forum. I'm aware that the Chief Whips Forum is meeting tomorrow. And I would hope that the Chief Whips will take the matters raised here as seriously and deal with the matters, whether they agree or disagree, but the Chief Whips must discuss this issue. I do not have the powers to make a determination, 1, on the programming of Parliament. It is only the Chief Whips which can agree with that, on that, and then decide with the programming committee. Now, intimidate. No, andifuni ketana nyan, mumbe, andifuni nyan bantole. Now, so your speakers, your whips tomorrow will meet, will discuss. They will then engage with the programming committee, and the programming whip, who is Misuma, who is strictly here, will then bring that matter and report to us in the programming committee about the date you shall have agreed on. Now, honorable members, as we know, it has happened in this House before that a question is sometimes not completed due to expiry of time. And I want to emphasize expiry of time. In this regard, I wish to state that question time started at 14:51, and therefore in terms of the rules, it would have expired at 17:51, according to Rule 144. Therefore, the time allocated for questions has in fact expired. Rule 143.1, as it affects the last question, will also be deliberated upon by the programming committee and the rules committee if necessary. I'm equally aware that on Friday, there is a meeting of the rules committee. We will therefore now allow me to adjourn until the processes that I have outlined above, which are meant to give a way forward on these questions which you have raised here, have taken place. This session is now adjourned.
Long live the Speaker!
Forgot to